I have their staff comments.
What's that, Jay?
I was just making sure everybody's ready to get going when we load up here.
We're already live. It looks like we're got 21 attendees. Still going up. Okay, we're at 26. It doesn't look like it's going any higher.
All right, we'll get going then. Welcome everybody to the September 24th, 2020 meeting of the Board of Architectural Review Small for the City of Charleston. My name is Jay Claypool. I'm going to chair tonight's meeting. We have a full complement of board members present today who are Glenn Gardner, Bill Huey, Julia Martin, and Fillmore Wilson. City staff present is Kim Lavin and Alex Howe. The order of the meeting is as follows. Staff will give a brief introduction or overview of each project, after which the applicant and anyone speaking on behalf of the applicant may present for a 10-minute period of time. Please, everyone state your name clearly for the record. Public comment then will open. Again, we try to hold that to 10 minutes, and the public will respond to the applications. We'll then hear from staff as to any comments and its recommendations it has for the project. After staff weighs in, the applicant will have a 5-minute opportunity to clarify any issues that need to be clarified, to respond to any public or staff comments they would like to respond to. Again, it's simply to clarify or respond. It's not to reopen the application. The floor closes at that point, and then the board will discuss the matter and eventually vote. The board is able to ask questions of staff, the applicant, anyone at any time, and we generally begin asking those questions right on the heels of the applicant's presentation. There's been, Alex, I think 2, or Kim, I think 2 items withdrawn from the agenda. Item number 6, 25 Rutledge, and item number 12, 257 Ashley. If I missed another one, please let me know. And then, okay. Then lastly, turn off your cell phone. Try to keep the ringings to a minimum. So without further ado, I guess Kim needs to go over the protocol for virtual meetings, and then we'll get started.
The meeting protocol is as follows. The staff will control the PowerPoint presentation that includes everything submitted by the applicant by the deadline in accordance with the submittal requirements. Applicants simply need to ask staff to advance to the next slide during your presentation. Applicants, staff, and board members are required to give their name whenever speaking. Video and microphone has been disabled for all attendees. Attendees, which are not board or staff members, will only be given the capability to speak when they are called on during public comment period. Chat and the Q&A functions have been disabled for everyone. For public comment, the applicants, all team members, and the public have been required to register, indicate the project that they wish to comment on, and submit any documents in advance of the meeting. Just as in an in-person meeting, all applications heard today are part of the public meeting format. If you've registered and will be speaking during the public comment portion of the meeting, you will need to state your name and your address for the record. Those members of the public that have registered will be called in order by project. Members of the public that speak are encouraged to remain in the meeting for the completion of the item on which they've commented. Staff will call on the registered members of the public to speak for each project, and unregistered members of the public who raise their hand will not be called on. For the board members will be polled by the chair for comments and for their vote on a motion. Each member, when voting, should respond yay in favor or nay not in favor. The chairman shall reread the motion verbatim. The board member making the motion should correct the chairman if he has not reread the motion accurately. If a board member needs to recuse, he will temporarily removed from the meeting and be placed back in the meeting at the start of the next agenda item. If the board needs to go into executive session, they will call into a separate conference line, and video and audio on Zoom will be temporarily turned off until they are ready to return to the regular meeting. Staff will issue meeting results, including staff comments and board motion to the applicant following the meeting. The results will also be posted on the city website. There's a couple in ways to contact us for additional information. You can contact the BAR website, or you can visit us at charleston-sc.gov/BAR if you're experiencing any technical difficulties during the meeting. And lastly, those proceedings are being recorded.
All right, thank you, Kim. First agenda item 492, King.
492 King is requesting an extension of preliminary approval for the new construction of an infill building and renovation of existing. The building is a category 3 in the Mezique-Ragboro neighborhood, circa 1852 to 60, and in the old and historic district. And we just have some context slides from when it was approved, pulling back in just to refresh. The original approval was granted in 2013, had vested rights until 2017, and shall be granted on an extension for a 1-year basis up to 5 consecutive years. The last extension was granted on November 14th, 2019. This is again protocol. The board that approved it shall extend approval.
Okay, so Kim, on something like this, do we go through the whole process, or is this simply a board action?
Just a board action.
Okay. Does any
I'll
board
make a
member-
motion for approval.
Okay, Julie's made a motion. Is there a second?
Glenn Gardner, second.
All right, is there any discussion? All right, I'll call the roll. Glenn,
Yay in favor?
Bill,
Yay in favor.
Julia,
Yay in favor.
Fillmore.
Yay in favor.
All right, chair votes yay in favor, and the motion passes. Next agenda item is 16 Cleveland.
16 Cleveland's requesting preliminary approval for the demolition of dwelling. The building isn't surveyed in the north central neighborhood circa 1935 and in the old historic Purview Demo District. Here's an overview showing the property at the corner of Oswego and Cleveland Street between Rutledge and King. Here's some old Google images. The house looks different, as you'll see in the next couple slides. This is prior to the removal of the asbestos siding. This is from Oswego Street. Just a little context. This is looking east on Cleveland. This is a 1934 historic image, courtesy of Kevin Eberly. This is the Citadel aerial. And the 1944 Sanborn map. And if the applicant wants to take it from here.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Yeah, so my name's Sam Jackson. I'm with Construction Management. We're the building company. What we'd like to do is demo the existing building to put back an existing structure that is 2 stories to look exactly the same thing, same style, same look as the existing building now. The reason we like to take the existing building down is because of extensive structural damage. Our structural engineer went out and took a look and wrote a letter, a stamped letter that was submitted to the board, stating that all the structural members, the girders, the joists, all the outside diagonal siding is beyond repair and beyond structural integrity. So we would like to demo all those things. Also, the front of the building, the addition, not any historical factor. The brick skirting was not either. So we'd like to be able to demo that. And again, put the same shape and structure back, but a 2-story, but essentially remove all of the damage, everything under the roof structure. The roof structure actually itself is structurally sound. So one possibility, if need be, would be to keep the roof structure stilted, demo the walls, demo the floor system, and then raise that to a 2nd story and then build 2 floors underneath of that. But ideally, we'd like to demo the roof and the walls completely, put the same footprint back, and then make it 2-story. We'd like to do.
Okay, does anybody have any questions right now?
I have a quick question. I'm just curious when the applicant acquired this property and what condition it was in then.
Yep, so Taylor Blanks, he's the owner of the property. We are the builder. He acquired the property a little over a year ago, and Taylor is on also, and he registered to speak. If he wants to speak into that, is that okay if he speaks now?
Sure, if he's got any information that's helpful.
Yeah. He's on this. Taylor, yeah.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, yeah, so anyway, yeah, I bought the place in June of 19 with the intention of, the reason I found it was I was looking for a place downtown with a big yard for my dog, and I'm like, oh, this looks good. So I ended up buying it, realized it wasn't really the right fit for me, but it looked like it could be a good investment. Never had the plan of tearing down the house ever. And also there's a big tree there, which is still there. We planned around that. I'm not into tearing down things or cutting down big trees. It's just, as time's gone on, the asbestos shingles came off, the interior walls and flooring was removed, and it just became evident that it was kind of just beyond repair, and to try to renovate it and replace it piece by piece just isn't, really as nearly as feasible as just starting from the ground up, especially given that we're going to rebuild pretty much the same look. It's just going to be another story. And I really think that the neighbors should be happy to see something new here other than the eyesore that's there now. And I just wanted to be known that I had never planned on trying to demolish this house. If that was the case, I would have tried this like over a year ago. It's just now that we're about to start construction, it just seems to make the most sense based on the advice of the engineer and builder that we just start from the ground up rather than replacing things piece by piece. So that's kind of my story with it.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board right now? Okay, let's go to Alex. Let's go to public comment then, please.
Yeah, we have three members of the public speaking, and then a couple of letters. We'll go first to Kevin Eberly. Find him. All right, he should be able to speak now.
Okay. So not surprisingly, as an uptown building, I'm opposed. It seems to me like there are two basic issues, which is the worthiness of the building and then the worthiness of the request. As to the worthiness of the building, it's classic late 30s, early 40s construction. That area was really built out between, say, 1920 and World War II. And this sort of building form is really characteristic of many of the houses in the neighborhood. Very small, was built for the working class, mainly shipyard and that sort of worker. And so there are admittedly some two-story buildings in the neighborhood, but even those were largely duplexes in the 20s and 30s. So it's a characteristic building until it had its asbestos siding removed. It, even looked great. The new building, I have to say, the idea of demolishing this building and then rebuilding a two-story structure with minus the bump out on the front, and to say that that will look the same seems sort of like a stretch. But I wouldn't want to see a totally different building there, which I'm afraid we will get. And so then the second issue is the worthiness of the request. And the problem that I would have here is that the siding was removed with no BAR approval, by the way, but the siding was removed for whatever reason, and the interior was mainly hollowed out, sort of like a jack-o'-lantern, and does not leave much structural support. So it's no great surprise that the hired expert would say that it's got structural issues. But those are self-created. You can't very well create your own dilemma and then appear before the board and say, well, because it's in bad condition that I've caused, it needs to be demolished. And the expert, really surprisingly, didn't actually tie the termite damage to the instability. He just noted there is termite damage, as there are in many of the houses in the uptown. And so minus that sort of connection, I would have a hard time just justifying, given the record, any need. So I think the building is worthy of preservation. And I don't think that the request is merits the demolition. So I'm opposed.
Okay, next we'll go to April Wood.
April Wood, Historic Charleston Foundation. Thank you for the time at the site visit this morning. HCF has reviewed the request for demolition of 16 Cleveland Street. This building form is consistent with the historic building forms in the North Central neighborhood. We recommend denial of the demolition of the existing building form, as well as denial of the existing wood windows. Thank you.
And then the third speaker is Gabe Joseph. And let me find him. All right, you should be able to unmute yourself and speak now.
Okay, can you hear me? Am I on? Hello?
Yes.
Okay. So I own the house at 23 Cleveland Street, which I'd spent a considerable amount of time and money to restore. While renovating the home, I encountered termite damage, substantial rot, foundation issues, but I never once considered removing the siding and interior walls to bolster the structural integrity of my house. For some reason, the applicant here has removed the siding, demolishing interior walls, ceilings, and floor system, and now comes before the board claiming the home is structurally unsound and should be demolished. He's created the peril from which he claims to be suffering. 16 Cleveland is not even close to beyond saving. The application for demolition should be rejected, as the home is an important historic structure in our neighborhood and deserves preservation. Further, the applicant told a friend of mine that he plans to demolish the house, but assured that he will rebuild it just like it was, only with a second story. Well, it's a one-story house. Applicant is already permitted to build 2 additional 2-story structures at 16 Cleveland Street, and now wants to demolish this historic home to make room for a third. Our street is not like further downtown where every home is cheek to jowl and there's little space to breathe. Our neighborhood is a mix of 1- and 2-story houses. 16 Cleveland is surrounded by 1-story houses. This building form is a good example of pre-World War II construction. It provides breathing room to that corner and is important for our streetscape. And North Central is every bit as deserving of preservation as other Charleston neighborhoods. And this would set a bad precedent and further erode the fabric of downtown Charleston. You know, the applicant said that the neighbors should be happy because it's better than the eyesore that is there. And I can tell you, as a neighbor who's talked to neighbors, no one's happy about the idea that this building is being torn down because we saw the siding come off. We've seen it left open to the elements, and it was never an eyesore. No one found that building objectionable. What we find objectionable is the applicant opening it up to the elements and then coming before the board and saying, oh, well, now it's structurally unsound and needs to be torn down. The facts are in opposition to that conclusion. The idea that it's beyond, he also said it's beyond repair. I don't agree with that assessment either. It might cost more, but you know what? It's historic Charleston, and we've got a reputation for historic preservation, and you have to draw a line. But again, North Central is just as deserving of protection of our historic structures. So I think it should be rejected. Thank you.
Okay, Alex, any more speakers? I'm going to read a few letters into the record here.
No more speakers, just those letters.
Okay, so first of all, last speaker, Mr. Joseph, sent a letter, and he said in person what he had said in his letter, so I'm going to set his letter aside. Y'all have now heard it. The next writer, Eleanor Smythe from 26 Cleveland, writes that she's lived there for over 10 years. She's been astonished by the lack of consideration the current owners have taken on the repair for 16 Cleveland. The applicant over a year ago removed the siding, demolished the interior walls, ceilings, and floor system, and has allowed the elements to damage the entire house. He has specifically created a scenario of demolition by neglect. And then Ms. Smythe goes on to basically, well, to exactly say what Mr. Joseph said in his letter and comments. Next letter is from Martha Whalen, 29 Cleveland, who writes that she agrees with Gabe Joseph's letter. I'm a resident and homeowner of 29 Cleveland for 14 years. This should not be permitted. Heartbreaking and seems unfair and definitely not in Cleveland Street's best interest. How can this be approved? Martha Whalen. And then lastly, Harona Matsuda of 25 Cleveland writes that everyone in our street has watched this mishandling of this property since its sale. It is not good precedent set for our city that the BAR would approve obviously damaging work to be done on a property that would result in it being requested for demolition down the road. That structure has been a part of our neighborhood for almost 100 years, and new ownership should have included maintenance and preservation. As someone that looks at the corner every day, I'm also opposed to more looming structures crowding out our trees and our street. I know there are already 2 additional structures approved for that lot, and a similar one on the corner would change the look and feel of our block in a significant way. Not to mention such large dwellings leave inadequate room for off-street parking. Please consider working to preserve and improve this property rather than tear it down. All right, Alex, any more letters I missed?
That's it.
Okay. How about staff comments and recommendation at this point?
Oh, they cut me out.
The applicant met with preservation staff on multiple occasions on the property. The siding was approved for demolition in 2019. It wasn't entered in the website properly, so that's probably why there was some confusion there. But the preservation staff really struggled with this request, as we're losing so much historic fabric in this neighborhood. And we only have purview over the demolition of historic materials, and there's very little material that can be salvaged and preserved in situ. I was unaware that the roof structure is still in good condition. Previously, I thought it was only the windows. The materials that can be salvaged aren't historic, of the framing, modern framing lumber. And so with that, staff comments, we really feel that the wood windows, 3/1 wood windows, should be salvaged and reused in a manner that's mutually agreed on by the preservation staff. And I'm going to add the roof structure to that since it is historic and it is salvageable, to be adding the roof.
Okay, so Kim, to make sure I understood the recommendation, it was approval for demolition except for the windows and roof structure with staff comments and final review by staff?
That's right.
Okay. Okay, so Mr. Jackson or Mr. Blanks or both of y'all, is there anything you would like to clarify? Any comments you'd like to respond to? Again, we're not reopening the application, just sort of clarifying and responding, basically.
Yes, just to respond as far as the extent of the demolition, the brick skirting that is around the outside right now that is not a continuous pour for the foundation, and obviously per code, we would have to bring that to a continuous pour. So just to make sure that we're following the guidelines, we are allowed to demolish the brick skirting. Essentially what we would do is salvage all the windows, just like we said, we'll stilt the roof, keep the roof, demo the walls and the floor structure and the brick and the existing foundation, and then replace that. Would we have to replace the brick skirting, or can we put back, the facade with siding, or how can we do that? That doesn't matter.
So, Mr. Jackson, just to understand where you are in the process, staff's made its recommendation and we haven't made a decision yet. So we're just asking if y'all want to clarify anything, and we can certainly clarify what the motion and what the ruling is going to be, but that's where we are in the process.
Yeah. At this time, no, that's very clear to me. Unless Taylor Blanks has any thoughts or questions.
Yeah, I'd just like to say that it was never in this, the accusations of it being left open to the elements on purpose to eventually seek a demolition permit was never my plan. I did have the asbestos removed because I knew that was going to have to happen regardless. I had no idea this process would take this long. I am not a professional developer by any means, and had no idea that buying this property would turn into this situation right now. And as far as the elements being open, taking off the asbestos siding is one thing, but there was also, I want to say, there was a permit that was approved to remove the interior walls and flooring. So none of that was done just to see if I could get away with it and then see if the elements would destroy the house. There was a windstorm a few months ago that caused that one window to cave in, and as badly as it is eaten up with termites and falling apart inside, I didn't see the reason to try to restore that window until we got an answer from what we're going to do here. And also to say that I purposely destroyed the interior and now I'm asking for a demolition because it's so poorly maintained now is completely false. Once the walls were removed, you can see that the termite damage. I don't know if the people that made those claims have actually been inside that house, but it's falling apart because termites have eaten it more than I mean, I haven't seen as many houses as some people maybe, but I've never seen any damage like this personally as from termites. And anything that happened inside there is from the termites. It's not because I went in there and started collapsing walls to try to say that it's beyond repair. Everything that happened was as soon as the drywall came off and the floors were gone, that's what we had. And that's what it's been ever since. Yes, that one window has been open for 2 or 3 months from that windstorm. And I guess I should have put some boards up or something. In hindsight, I would have done that. But I just want to make it clear that none of this was done on purpose to try to eventually get a demo permit. This whole process has been dragging on and on. It's costing me a lot of money, and I would have moved forward with this months ago if I could have. And it's been sitting there in limbo trying to get all the approvals and do everything correctly. But I just wanted to be clear that none of this was done on purpose. And it's just everything has evolved to the point we're at right now. And I want to make that very clear to the people that are speaking in opposition to this, to say that I purposely destroyed this house, because that is not what happened. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blanks. Okay, so floor's closed now. Let's go into board discussion and ultimately a vote. You know what? Anybody want to kick us off here?
I would like to start, and if you don't mind, I have one more quick question for the applicant.
Please.
Relative to the elevation of this house. I think I heard this morning that the property had been reclassified as an X zone. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So you wouldn't have to elevate this?
No, ma'am. It's I had a letter of map amendment from FEMA, and it is now an X. They sent I have a letter for that, so yeah.
That's good. So I'll just say that in my estimation, you know, I do agree with the public comments that somehow reconstructing this as a 2-story house is not in any way preservation. It would not be the same. It would be a new house, completely different in identity. And understanding a little better now the evolution and some of the details involved, I think I'm struggling with letting this go, because once it does go, even if we ask them to keep some windows and even if we ask them to try to keep the roof structure, it's gone. I mean, it's not going to be anything like the original 1930s structure anymore. And based on experiences of my own and properties that we've all seen, I do think this could be saved. It would not be easy, but I think it could be saved. And it sounds like that was Mr. Blank's original intention, to fix up this house and not necessarily have a second story. So hopefully that would kind of align with his original intentions. That's my position at this point, especially because it doesn't have to be elevated. That would complicate things further, but now that it's an exit, I think that kind of works with what I'm thinking.
Okay, anybody want to tack on to Julia's comments?
I'm inclined to agree with Julia on this. There's not a lot of historic material that is intact in the house except the windows, and of course I think the roof covering, the roof closure is asphalt shingles. So that's not particularly impressive, but the form, the roof form is important, and the form of the house, particularly the original form without the addition of the house, I think is important to the neighborhood. And it is complex to save it, but it's certainly not impossible. And so I'm inclined to agree with Julia on this. I think that this is one that can be saved, and I think it may be important to save this form.
Further thoughts?
Glenn Gardner, I feel like everything that's been said has been pretty well stated. I admittedly struggled a bit after seeing the degree of termite damage, but you know, the board has required some far worse examples to be retained, or not examples, but properties in worse condition to be retained. And at the end of the day, sistering all the members of that structure and keeping the form, and especially keeping the windows, is what I think is important.
And I think we've established that the structure of the roof is also in decent condition. There's, you know, a little bit more actual material that could be retained. Bill, do you want to add anything?
I think I concur with the comments. I do think that front addition may be subject to some form of modification, but otherwise I do agree with the comments that have been made.
And in my estimation, the front has nothing to do with this. The front is not even a part of the equation because it's clearly not original and weird. Am I correct, Kim?
Yeah, so as a matter of sort of procedure, this is an application for the entire structure, right, Kim? Not, yeah. I mean, just as commentary, I think we would all agree that if you wanted to come back and seek partial demolition of the non-historic front addition, that's a completely different application, and perhaps we'd look, it's not historic. Maybe it doesn't even go to the board, Kim, I don't know.
I could even consider a motion that clarifies that right now, if that would be okay, such as
like a board comment?
A motion for denial of demolition of the original 1935 structure.
What do y'all think? Is there a second for that?
Fillmore, I'll second.
Is there any other discussion? Julie's made a motion. Fillmore has seconded it. Is there any other discussion? Okay. Call it to a vote. Glenn?
In favor?
Bill?
Yay in favor.
Julia?
Yay in favor?
Fillmore?
Yay in favor.
Chair votes yay in favor. The motion passes unanimously. Okay. Next agenda item is 35 Bowery.
35 Barry is requesting conceptual approval for the new construction of an elevated single-family dwelling. It's in Charleston Village, new construction in the old city district. Here's an image, Google image showing the aerial location on Barry, just north of Wentworth and south of Montague. Now, this is the previous condition prior to relocation and elevation of the existing house. There's that intersection right there on Wentworth and across the street from the site. So previously on August 27th, this project came before the board and the motion was deferral with staff comment 3, the first part of it, and 4, and board comment to restudy east front-facing dormer. Some of the board comments were there's a lot going on with the roof line, but it seems like an attempt to break down the massing. There was more common cornice lines, the house might appear larger. Another one was, my only concern is if there could be a way to enter from the front. Another one was, there should be a better way to detail the dormer. Another board member commented, I'm in favor of the height, scale, and mass. It comes down to some details for me. There was another comment, the roof is very complex. Restudy of the dormer might help that visually. And I struggle with the enclosed porch on the front. And lastly, detail it so that it doesn't read like an enclosed porch. Just some of the takeaways. And with that, if the applicant is here and wants to take over.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Awesome. Yes, we are here to present a conceptual application for 35 Berry Street. Just to recap, this lot has been subdivided, and this is a new construction on the north piece of the property, and it will be known as 35 Berry Street. Last time we were here, I think we talked about several things, so I'd like to just go through those that I walked away with. The first of which was the complex roof lines. The staff comment was to reduce multiple and excessive volumes. So we have looked at this, and I've spent a lot of time on the site and around the site. I've added some additional context photos for you, including some photos from Lockwood Boulevard showing the lack of visibility potential for this structure. So I truly believe that, and after spending a lot of time down there, that the main mass of the house, which is the front section, is the section that will be most visible, and the telescoping of these volumes is not going to be visible from the street. And I would argue, even if it were, I think it is clearly successful in terms of its attempt to bring down the massing and break up the massing so that it doesn't appear to be a huge house on the street. In terms of the streetscape, I'd also like to remind the board that this is a rather suburban street in the heart of downtown Charleston with 25-foot front setbacks and a very eclectic grouping of structures that include elevated townhomes, elevated row houses, a lot of more modern architecture that has been modern in terms of Charleston, new construction in Halsey Park, which is just down the corner, and brick ranch houses and duplexes and all kinds of things. And I feel like this will be a really beautiful addition to the streetscape. The next element was about the enclosed porch detail. So you can see here, thank you, Kim, that previously we had this sort of enclosed porch detail where we have a sitting room that was underneath a consistent porch roof line. So we looked into it, thought about it. My clients really do want to maintain this space. And so we sort of took some of the comments about having this have its own volume, and did that, made it a little smaller, increased the porch width a little bit, and gave this its own sort of definition, so that it doesn't appear to be an enclosed porch, but instead its own volume. And then the last comment was to do with the large dormer on the front. So we reduced that down to 3 windows instead of 4. And I think that's really reading beautifully on the front elevation. It's still very interesting and gives that front massing a lot of presence on the street, but maybe that it's a little less overwhelming in terms of its form. So that's kind of where we are based on our last meeting. I think that my clients, Andrew and Nicole Roskill, are here as well, and they may want to speak.
That'd be great. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Yeah.
Great. Thanks for giving us an opportunity to speak. We're longtime residents of Charleston Village. We live on Wentworth Street. We love this neighborhood and love this area. We had been looking to move from our current place and thought we were quite lucky when we found this lot. And the fact that we're going to be able to build what will be probably our forever home and our dream home is something that we're just tremendously excited about. We love the neighborhood. I think as Julie said, it's a really diverse neighborhood. And, we really feel strongly that the house we're going to build will really both respect and complement the diversity of the neighborhood. And that's really important to us as well. So we're just, excited to hopefully get some approval so we can get started.
Thank you. Does anybody on the board have any questions for the applicant or staff? Anybody? Okay, why don't we go to public comment?
We don't have any speakers on this one, but we do have one letter.
Yes, the letter in my hand. Okay, so Hillary Bernstein at 211 Wentworth writes that as she lives very close to the proposed project, she wanted to briefly weigh in again. She understands the BAR had some issues with the roof line. I feel the roof lines really soften the depth of the home, make it more interesting. I don't believe anyone will see the back half of the home from the street. The changes made to the front of the house are also very attractive. I value the architectural diversity of the area and think this home will make a wonderful addition to it. I also know the owners, Nicole and Andrew Roskill, as they've been residents of Charleston Village for some time. I'm glad they will continue to be our neighbors. Okay, so Kim, how about staff comments and recommendation?
The applicant Ms. O'Connor followed the guidance from the board quite well, with the exception of just one comment, which was to simplify complex roof lines. So the additional porch volume was designed to eliminate the enclosed porch, but it compounds the complexity of the roof. Another comment we have is that the additional siding material at this volume suggests the element was constructed separately and it should be revisited. The previous loggia design we thought is preferred as it provides a more successful foundation, more balanced with appropriately fitted openings. The dormer window on the front have been minimally altered, but the element continues to impact the facade. The eave returns at the dormer windows present an awkward junction, as well as the amount of plane changes and brick then siding stacked wall conditions. A solution for the eave returns and complex roof lines could be to lower the eave height and let the dormers rise above the intersecting eave. Also, combining the dormers to reduce the number could simplify the roof. So for these reasons, we are recommending deferral. Staff comments.
Okay, thanks, Kim. Julie or Ms. Roskill, do y'all want to address anything, clarify anything, respond to staff comments?
Yeah, definitely. Staff comment number one, again, as I discussed earlier, we really want to keep this section of the house and this sitting room space. This is new construction, and we all need to remember that that we are, sort of trying to create something beautiful. And I understand the negativity of an enclosed porch detail when it comes to historic architecture, but perhaps an enclosed porch on new construction is not the worst thing in the world, and we're certainly willing to go back to that version if that's preferable, although we do like the new version as well. The siding material at this volume was just to lighten the volume itself and not appear too heavy, although we'd be perfectly happy to go with brick on that as well. And number 3, I think, really goes back to number 1. The dormer windows on the front, I think it is a big roof line, and I think a 3-window dormer is perfectly appropriate in size and scale. The eave returns, I would just have to really study that after, sort of hearing this for the first time. So we're certainly willing to take a look at detailing as we move forward. Maybe Andrew and Nicole want to say something?
I think the only thing that we'd add to what Julie spoke to is, when we purchased the lot, there was already a conceptual drawing for the home, and while that had not been to the BAR, one of the things that caused us to actually move forward with buying the home was we really loved the design of the home, and primarily because it really fits our life in terms of the kind of the stage in our life we're in right now. And, as we age, I'm 49, my husband is 57. So, we are thinking about being in this home for the rest of our lives. And so we loved the fact that, the lot is fairly narrow. And so we are able to do a little bit of a deeper home, which means that we ideally will be able to live mostly on one floor. But we have 3 children who will be growing up. They're 21 and 20. They'll be getting married and having families, and so having that second floor is really important to us for 2 reasons. One is it gives us space for our guests to be, but my husband and I both work from home. And so it gives, the house, the layout of the house gives us a way to be able to have some separate space that I think is really necessary for us to be able to, optimally do our work from home. So I just, want to weigh in that, part of what was so attractive about this lot to us was this was a design that we had to make, very minimal changes. And it is pretty perfect for, for what I think we need. And lastly, I would just say, we love it. We think it's a really beautiful home. And as we've looked at, we love the front elevation and the way it looks from the front, as Julie said, given the fact that it is a fairly narrow lot. I mean, it's narrow enough that we're going to share a driveway with our next door neighbor because we just don't have that much space between our homes. You really won't be able to see the back of the home. So in terms of the complex roof line, there's really not much, you're not going to be able to see anything in that whole, sort of back half of the home. So I would just have those comments to add. Okay. Thank you very much.
All right, so we're in board discussion now. Does anybody feel like taking the lead on getting us started on this one?
This is Bill. I'll go ahead and jump in. Kim, can you on the screen kind of show the elevations? We only really got to focus on the front during the presentation.
Front elevation?
I guess start at the front and then just kind of work down the sides. I just wanted to, in light of the comments that were made, the current staff comments, I just wanted to have a chance to put a visual on that. Okay, so the comment number 1 appeared to be making reference to, at least from staff's comment, excuse me, was that, did I infer that the staff's comment was that the previous loggia solution seemed to be more palatable to staff? Did I hear that right?
Yes, we like what came before. We feel like the proposed arch on the right complicates it, and we much prefer the first one.
Okay, because of the additional roof line break and adding to the complexity of the roof lines. That's what I inferred from that. Okay, and then can you go to one of the side elevations? Okay, and I wanted to make sure that I was totally understanding the comment regarding the dormers and returns on the dormers. and there was a mention of consolidating some of the dormers. Would those be the 3 dormers primarily in the front mass that we're seeing here?
Yes. The cornice line, how it's broken up, is kind of concerning. It doesn't simplify it in any way. So these areas here on all 4 sides of this mass.
Yeah, I do understand that comment, because I think that the thing that we're not really able to observe on this elevation is the actual return of that cornice at the dormers. So what we'd end up basically probably seeing would be the profile that you're going to see in the projection, but it'll be pretty much just a flat infill back to the dormer wall itself, which is going to be kind of could be a little bit of an awkward transition there. So I think maybe that comment I do believe has some merit to it, because simply of the refinement of the return element of that cornice at the dormer wall planes is going to be a sort of a complex point there, and that will be very visible on the oblique as you look down the side of the building. All in all, I would say that, and I believe I was one of the ones that led the charge for maybe making the front porch maybe not look like it was enclosed, but I do see the merits of staff's comments in that now, because of the complexities of the roof lines. And to Julie's point that obviously it is new construction, so we can interpret as we want with it. I believe that simpler roof line, now seeing this in contrast, I believe that staff has a good point with that. And really then my only other point would be, and I believe it's regarding the comments regarding the dormer and engagement of the roof line. I do believe that's going to need at least some degree of address of how that's going to be handled. So those are my comments.
All right, this is Julia. I'll chime in. I start off by saying I really appreciate staff's and the applicant's thoughtfulness, and clear that a lot of time has gone into this design. I wasn't here for the previous hearing, but I do feel like this is a perfectly fine, handsome design for this part of the peninsula. We're talking about, I think, infill, which didn't even really exist until the middle of the 20th century. As has been stated, there's a really wide variety of styles and scales of building in this vicinity, and I have no problem with the design presented. I, like you, seem to be, Bill and Kim, and sort of ambivalent about the front. I do think the ground floor at the front was cleaner before, and if that porch infill can maybe be detailed slightly differently, I feel like that's perfectly acceptable. One tiny request that I would throw out there is if you can go back to the front elevation real quick, Kim. Other way. If there's, I think there is a way, if you could please eliminate the smart vent things that are visible from the street and just have those handled on the sides, I think that would be a nice gesture to the public. And then just to reiterate, I think this is a perfectly fine design for the context that it's going into.
Oh, this is Bill. I want to throw in one more thing. I'm sorry. I'm now seeing that front dormer. That's kind of addressing that issue I brought up about the returns there at the dormers. You can see there's actually a profiled mitered return on that cornice line, which is actually much more appropriate and would be a nice clean detail. So I guess that's what I was kind of looking maybe to see there on those side dormers as well.
Fillmore here. I don't have a lot to add. I went and visited that site this afternoon to refresh my memory, and in 2 or 3 blocks of that site, there is certainly no consistent architecture that can inform a new design. So I'm sort of backing away from my original concern about the complexity of the roof. I think it is complex, but I think probably the front elevation is most significant. I agree with staff and Bill on the eave returns on the dormers, and I think that could stand up a little more study. I think the dormer on front, the building is complex, but the new dormer design on that, the size of the dormer, I think helps that complexity, and I agree with staff. As much as I'm kind of opposed to the idea of a faux porch enclosure, this is new construction, and I think the original design is much more attractive than the proposed. And so I'm on board with staff on that.
Thank you.
I don't have anything in addition to add.
Okay, so can someone help me reconcile? It sounds like a lot of staff comments were accepted. Maybe Bill had some additional thoughts about mitering the cornices, Julia about eliminating the flood vents in the front elevation, the east elevation. Is that sort of a motion to compile all that? Is that what everybody's thinking? Might want to help me with that.
I can try. I'll make a motion for conceptual approval with staff conditions 1, 2, and 3, and a board condition to clarify the detail at the eave returns at dormers, and a board condition to eliminate flood vents at the east elevation.
Okay, so Julia has made a motion for conceptual approval with staff comments 1, 2, and 3. Board comment 1 to clarify the detail at the eave condition at the dormers, and 2 to eliminate the flood vents from the east elevation. Did I get that right, Julia?
Yeah.
Okay, does anybody want to second that?
Oh, this is Bill. I'll second that.
Okay, Julie's made a motion, Bill seconded it. Is there any further discussion of the motion? If not, I'll put it up.
And Jay, I did just want to make sure to be clear. So regarding staff's comments regarding the, we were talking about going back to the previously submitted front roof line and enclosed porch treatment. And that is what I seconded.
Can I just clarify one thing? If not, that's fine. Jay, is that visible or too far?
Sorry, I didn't hear that, Kim. Say it again.
Can I clarify one thing about comment number 3? Or are we too far? That's fine.
No, I think, yeah, so what I got out of staff comment 3, which is included in Julia's motion, is that the previously submitted design with respect to the loggia design, it should go back to that. Right, Julia?
Correct.
Thank you.
Kim, does that answer your question, Kim?
Yeah, thank you.
All right, and Bill, did we answer your question about?
Yes.
Which one? Yeah.
Yes, thank you. That was sort of the same question, but yes, that's answered. Thank you.
Okay, so Joy's made a motion, Bill's seconded it. I don't hear any further discussion of it, so I'll put it to a vote. Glenn?
In favor.
Bill?
Yay, in favor.
Julia?
Yay in favor.
Fillmore?
Yay in favor.
Chair votes yay in favor, so the motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you.
everyone.
Bye.
Okay, next agenda item is 11 Bennett.
11 Bennett is requesting preliminary approval for new construction of a carriage house at the rear. Building is a category 3 in the Charleston Village circa 1904 in the Old and Historic District. Here's an aerial view at the corner of Bennett and Ashley. Here's some existing site photos of the main house on the site. And this is from Ashley Avenue, looking toward the east. Here's the proposed site. This is a historic image from the 1973 survey card. And on August 27th, 2020, this project came to the board, and the previous motion was conceptual approval with staff comments 4 through 9 and board comment to eliminate cupola. So Julie, would you like to take it from here?
Yes, I will. Okay, so I will, ooh, came out funny. Could you go to the photos that I sent you? Yeah, there we go. That's it. Stay right there. Okay, so I'll just go through the staff comments. So the first staff comment that you guys approved was restudy the mold windows on the west elevation, which I did. Mold windows are certainly a characteristic of Queen Anne architecture, and so I don't see that they are, out of line in something in an accessory structure that goes with a Queen Anne house. And of course, back to what we said in our last presentation, this is new construction, but it certainly needs to, go with the house. This photo is a picture of what is next door to our building. And so where that dumpster is sitting is where our new building would be constructed. And right behind that is a 2-car garage that faces Bennett Street, just for context. The next comment was bracketed hoods over the windows should not intersect the rake of the roof. We've eliminated the hoods. The next comment was shingles in the gable should be eliminated. We did keep the shingles in the gable. We certainly toned down a lot of the detailing. However, again, shingles and gables are certainly a Queen Anne characteristic that I think, we're sort of paying homage to. Staff comment, the siding should be differentiated from the house. The siding will be hardy artisan siding. And so its material will be quite different from the main house's wood siding. The next staff comment was pedestrian door should be reduced to 1. That's on the north side of the building, and we did reduce that to 1. And then the last comment was garage doors should be double outswing. Again, this is new construction. It's a new building. I would argue that an overhead door out of high quality wood materials would be perfectly acceptable. And then the board comment was to remove the cupola, which we did, although I would love to discuss a smaller cupola if anybody wanted to talk about that. That's it.
Excuse me, Kim, can you forward through the elevations? Thank you.
That's all.
Okay. Any questions right now while we review these on the screen?
I have one question for Julie. Is the siding exposure dimension exactly the same as the main house, or is it different at all?
No, I mean, this will be the traditional, the regular hardy artisan exposure, and the house would be more like a 5-inch, and this will be 6-inch. I mean, it's close.
Okay.
Okay, Alex, do we have any public comment?
No public comment.
Okay, well, how about Kim? We'll go to staff comments and then recommendation.
Current design is more successful than previously proposed, although the proportions of the mold windows continue to impact the design of the facade. The only other thing we would say is that several of the board conditions of the motion were not altered in this new design, so that the board should determine how to move forward with those. She does make some good arguments.
Okay, so just to be clear, is the recommendation deferral or just figure it out, board?
Yes, essentially.
Right.
But it's deferral, technically deferral.
Okay. Julie, anything to clarify or say in response, et cetera?
I missed what Kim was saying about what elements we didn't address.
So the restudy, the use of the mold windows, the shingles in the gables, the siding, it's negligibly different, different material, and the garage door. We feel that if the garage door is clad in mahogany, that it's perfectly fine. I think you put a note in there.
Yeah, it definitely will be clad in mahogany. And again, you know, the shingles in the dormers, it's not a make or break for us. Not in the dormers, in the gable ends. I just do feel like now that we've sort of toned down all of the detailing that we had, I think it is a nice sort of additional detail, but you know, I'm not going to fall on my sword on that, but I do think that it adds some interest. Mahogany garage doors, no big deal. If the board feels like a 6-inch exposure is not enough, then we can certainly deal with that. And the mold windows, again, I would go back to say that this is a perfectly natural thing to see in this style of architecture. And I did look at doing 2 instead of 3, and it sort of made the building feel bigger in mass. I think the 3 windows really helps to bring it down and is a good scale for the structure.
Okay, thank you. So let's go to board discussion.
Real quick, this is Bill. I have one very quick question of Julie, because I think the hatch maybe didn't show up on the shingles. Those are just straight hardy type shingles, and are they painted the same color as the siding?
Yeah, I guess it didn't show up. Yeah, I mean, we would do like a Nietzsche house, it's an individual shingle, it's not a sheet of shingles, and yes, they'd be the same color. So it would just be a textural differentiation.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that it looks very good. I think any issues I had before have been addressed, and I think I could support it as presented.
Any differing thoughts or additional thoughts? There's a lot of head nodding, I guess. All right, so Bill, you want to make a motion? Anybody want to make a motion?
Remind me again, what is this for final?
This is preliminary, but I'd love final details to staff.
Okay, I'll make a motion.
Sorry, real quick, it's for conceptual, wasn't it? So what was?
Preliminary.
I'll make a motion for a preliminary approval as submitted with final details to staff.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, I'll call it for a vote. Glenn?
Yay in favor.
Bill?
Yay in favor.
Julia?
Yay in favor.
Fillmore?
Yay in favor.
Okay, chair votes yay in favor. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Bye.
All right, next agenda item is 34 Savage.
34 Savage is requesting conceptual approval for modification and addition to an existing dependency. Building's a category 3 in the Charlestown neighborhood circa pre-1902 and in the old and historic district. Here again is an aerial for context, right between Broad and Trad Street on the east side. Here's some existing site photos, again for context. Looking from the north. Looking northeast on Savage Street, and looking southwest on Savage. This is a historic image from the survey card of 1973. On August 13th, 2020, this project was deferred for a restudy with staff comments. And if Ms. Sveno's here and wants to take over.
Becky, you're on mute, or Alex, can you get her off mute? Or there you go.
Okay, I think I got it.
There you go. Good.
Okay, thank you. I'm Becky Fenno. Thank you. I'm presenting 34 Savage Street. And if we go to the next slide, I'll review the board and community comments from the last meeting. The first couple comments are simply confirmations of the demolition of dependency on number 1. Number 2, the demonstration of the nature of additions in the area. Number 3 is, it starts to be important that the second floor is inset to conform with the required 3-foot setback for new construction. And we will be showing that in this proposal as well. Number 4, the comment, I've broken it into a couple parts. The comment said that the second floor addition is, number 1, inappropriate, and should be, number 2, restudied to align with the first floor footprint along the property line, and then number 3, to utilize a hyphen. So in terms of the first part of that, in terms of being inappropriate, we actually, if you look closely at this area, these structures basically were burned. Most of this area was burned in the fire of 1861. So most of the additions in this area actually just have different configurations and patterns than other parts of the city, as everything was rebuilt after that fire. So for this reason, actually, we think that our addition is not unusual or inappropriate for this particular property and location. And the design, really from a massing and zoning standpoint, is appropriate in terms of, we really started work in December with neighbors and looking at our property to find the best massing for this particular location. And so that leads us to number 2, which is a study of the second floor to align with the first floor footprint. We actually are arguing that the best massing is to keep this second floor wall inset to the 3-foot zoning setback. We think that that's really the best massing for the neighbors and for us. For the neighbors, we think it's in lieu of having a 20-foot or 2-story wall at the perimeter of their garden, we like the approach where we would have the first floor wall with the mature vine maintained, and then have the second floor wall inset, so that there's kind of a stepping back, a softness at the edge of their garden. And we think that for our building, the inset actually makes the addition much more subordinate to the historic main house, and you acknowledge it as a new addition. So that's kind of our response to that second floor wall. And then we did respond to utilizing a hyphen, even though that will not be visible from the public way. Architecturally, that hyphen does give good definition between the main house and the addition. And we've cleaned up the alignment, some of the vocabulary of that hyphen to make it more defined and clear on the north elevation. Then number 5, the comment was to seek a variance to put that wall on the property line. Again, we're requesting to not do that. And then the last comment was regarding the roof pitch on the addition, that it should match the main house. We did do that. I think that was a successful, we'll see that that's something successful in the design, where it makes the addition have a compatible vocabulary to the main house. And the addition still remains subordinate, and that also allows the windows to be lower below the eave line, even though that's not something that will be visible from the public way. Next slide, please. So this, honestly, on the left is the existing view, and on the right is the proposed view. The addition is at the very rear of the property on the right. And I know it's shadowed by and covered by much of the vegetation, which is not supposed to be considered, but it's in a very subordinate location in terms of the main house and the street view. Next slide. Actually, we can go, I'm not going to cover, these are the Sanborn maps and tax maps. These are the photos of the building. On the left is the street front on Savage Street. Then next is the piazza view of the driveway. The third photo is the one photo where the addition is potentially visible from the public way. And then the far right photo is the rear of the house. Right.
Just want to zoom in. Yeah.
Exactly. Mm-hmm.
Right.
So that view there at the very back. And we like the inset, you know, we're going to leave the first floor wall of the dependency. We like the inset of the second floor wall because that addition would really just be subservient to the rest of the property. These are views of the dependency in the back. Again, the bottom left is the view that would have been where there would be visibility. The next slide. The next two slides just show our study really of this area and the nature of additions in this area, which I think are just unusual. They don't follow the typical pattern that we might see on Legree Street or King Street, where we might have a main house and then a carriage house that were both historic with, and where maybe there was infill in between. Next slide, please. These are just a couple more examples. And next slide. But sorry, our survey didn't come through very well, but it does show that on the right, the rear of the property on the right, we back up to 17 New Street. Peter and Annette Manny, who are in support. We've spoken with them a number of times. And Jay and Sarah Golden at 32 Savage Street are in support. And Miss Lewis has not had any comment at 36 Savage Street. We've spoken with all of them a number of times. Next slide. This is the site plan, the existing site plan. We will continue to show, just for clarity, the hatched view is the part that's visible from the public way. And you can see the sight lines that we've kind of drawn there. We actually did check those on site, just getting up on the roof and making sure that we were kind of verifying what you might see from the public way. Next slide, please. So this is on the top was our last site plan, and on the bottom is our new proposal. We have simplified the massing. We've eliminated, even though it's not visible, we felt we were working really to simplify the overall massing, where we eliminated that hatched covered area and created a more simple volume and gave definition to the hyphen between the main house and the addition. Next slide. This is just an enlargement of the existing site and first floor plan. Next slide. Again, this is an enlargement of what we just saw, showing the simplification of the first floor plan. And this will translate into a simplification of the massing. Next slide. This is the existing roof plan. Next slide. This is the proposed second floor, the previous submittal above and our submittal below with definition of the hyphen, same size that we were suggesting in the previous submittal. Next slide. This is the existing roof plan. Next slide. This is the proposed roof plan, and here you can see that we, on the bottom drawing, we've revised that roof to match the pitch of the existing roof. That does give more definition to the hyphen, and also now the HVAC will be completely concealed, which is a benefit of that. Next slide. This is the north elevation facing 36 Savage, and this is the only elevation that will be visible. Next slide. So this is the revision of the proposal where we responded to board and community comments, where we simplified the massing. We gave the hyphen a little bit better definition, even though, again, it's not going to be visible. We've cleaned up kind of the lines of it, and the roof line is flat and lower than the one of the main house in the addition to really define those two volumes. And then the addition, we're still maintaining that setback, but we've simplified the roof form to match the main house. Next slide.
I don't know where you are in your slides, but we're coming up on a time clock here.
Yeah, so these next elevations are not visible, but they help explain the project. If you go to the next slide. This is the east elevation facing the Manny's at 17 New, and you can see the revision of the vocabulary and massing to really be more simple and more in keeping with the main house. Next slide. The south elevation existing. Next slide. This is the proposed south elevation. Again, you can see this is not visible from the public way, but it shows the simplification in response to comments, simplifying of the massing and the roof forms. Next slide. The Savage Street elevation won't be changed. Next slide. And this is just the sections to show just the scale of the addition and how it steps back as we go toward the rear of the site. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any questions right now? No? Okay. Any public comment, Alex? I know I got a letter here.
It's just that one letter.
Okay, the letter reads from Peter Manny, a neighbor who lives at 17 New, writes that he's fine with the proposed height change and agrees with you 100% on keeping a 3-foot north side setback. Good luck, Peter and Annette Manny. Okay, Kim, how about staff comments?
Yeah, we really appreciate the view shed study that's been compiled for site visibility and the thoughtful response to the board motion and staff comments from last time. We have 2 comments. One is the current design is more successful than previously proposed, specifically the roof form of the rear addition. And the second comment is considering visibility of the hyphen and the illustration of evolution, the awkward junction would be minimal and therefore appropriate. So the staff's recommending preliminary approval with final review by staff.
Okay. Becky sounds kind of glowing. Any response or anything?
No, thank you.
Okay, board discussion. Who wants to start us off?
Again, like I said at the previous hearing, I sympathize with the applicant and the homeowners who've made it through the minefield of zoning review and neighbor sensitivities, and I think that the minor changes you've made since then have been really successful, especially at the south side. So I agree with staff, and I'm happy with this.
Okay, does any board member want to add anything or sort of interject any other thoughts? Seeing a lot of head bob in there.
I agree with Julia.
Okay. Glenn, was that a motion for preliminary approval with final review by staff?
I'll make a motion. Glenn Gardner, I'll make a motion for preliminary approval with final review by staff.
Okay, is there a second? Yeah. Second by Julia. All right, I'll call the roll. Glenn?
Yay in favor.
Bill?
Yay in favor.
Julia?
Yay in favor.
Fillmore?
Yay in favor.
Chair votes yay in favor. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next agenda item is 49 South Battery.
I got so far away. 49 South Battery is requesting conceptual approval for new construction of masonry accessory structure. Building's a category 2 in the Charlestown neighborhood circa 1795 and in the old and historic district. Here's the aerial image for context. Some existing site photos. the building in question right here. Here's some context from across the street. This image is looking west on South Battery. And if the applicant wants to take it from here. Mr. Fava.
Hey, good evening. Can y'all hear me? Yep. Great. Thank you very much, Kim. Thank you, staff and board. Eddie Fava, representing General and Ms. Schiller, who have recently purchased 49 South Battery. We had the pleasure of working with the previous owners on this house for several years with some interior work and different things. And the Schillers asked us to revisit it with them to see if we could come up with a way to provide some exterior, minimally visible and minimally impactful storage for them, because there wasn't that capacity on the lot present. Next slide, please. And as Kim was alluding to, you saw the aerials of this. The top right photograph shows a perspective view of the house, the driveway that goes down to the rear. And as those gates open, with the photo immediately underneath that is where these structures would sit at the terminus, about 106 or 7 feet back from the property line, so 110 or more back from the street. There is a relatively new, I'd say early 2000s, masonry wall there, which is the photograph in the bottom middle, that screens what is a pool, terrace and pool to the rear. And those you can see in the photos adjacent. Next slide, please. So just again for reference, the existing site plan is at the top. Proposed site plan is at the bottom. You'll see the distance to which we are proposing. We put these structures, two very small, like maybe 5 by 8 structures that use the existing masonry wall as its rear wall. And again, something that we hope is very modest, but attractive and appropriate for this zone, and provides them with the storage they need. Next slide. So that's just a blow-up detail of that shot. The area where we are talking about putting these is currently a plant bed. Anything else would impose upon parking and not allow them to do so properly. So again, they're very minimal, with just a little bit of a access area in between the two structures in the drawing on the right. So you wouldn't see doors from the street. We are proposing, next slide, please. That's existing, again, showing the existing masonry wall with the arches there. And again, just for reference point, rear of the main house, rear of the original dependency, and then how far back we are. Next slide. That is a view that you would not see unless you're at the pool. That is looking back towards South Battery to the north. Just to illustrate, at least it's not visible from public right of way in that direction. Next slide, please. Side elevation, again, illustrating where the structures would go, top drawing far right. Again, using the wall that is there presently for these to attach to, with 3 other walls built to form each accessory structure. Small copper standing seam roofs on each, and the idea would be, again, that they would be masonry and covered in fig ivy, as is the wall, to just minimize their impact visually. Next slide, please. These were kind of just some character and inspiration photographs that we'd had, and again, they already have the wall that's covered in fig ivy, so the Schillers know exactly what we were thinking and concurred, and our thought that we would do the same with the noodle structures. The drawing to the bottom, again, is from the pool side, but just showing how minimal the roof form is that would be proposed for this. Next slide. That's just a section detail and elevation detail of each of those as well. And they did, again, to be honest, we looked at a couple of these where it was literally just a wall with no roof at all. Some with the roof that was higher pitched, and we've discussed that with staff. Some with the roof that's lower pitched. That can be part of our discussion this evening. And I think the Schiller's concern was anything that got too tall, which we did study, started to make a little too much of a statement of these things. So again, trying to keep it modest, but respectful to the character and the quality of the house that's there. Next slide, please. just a section detail of what is happening there. And that may be the last one. I'm not sure. Next slide. Maybe it is. All right, I'm trying to go through online, make sure that's it. Yep, that's all. But I want to thank Mr. Bill Bennett and Jacqueline, his wife next door. We reviewed this with them. They, of course, had no concerns at all. Also, Historic Charleston Preservation Society both reviewed it with us, and neither of them had any concerns. So thank you for, lastly, we did review before we came to you all with Lee, zoning, and no issues from the zoning department. Thank you.
Any questions for Eddie right now?
I have two tiny questions. One, Eddie, the shutters that you're proposing on the front,
Yes.
what would this be like? Do you have a color idea? I'm just trying to get a feel of how that's going to read with the sign.
It's a good question, Julia, and I think probably a Charleston green, but again, in fairness, we've had discussions with staff that there's some concerns whether or not they want to or would support the idea of a shutter, quote unquote, a faux window. So we're open to the idea of it being some type of relief. I just felt like it should be something that was different than just completely covered in fig ivy and disappear, that some type of relief there would be nice. And we discussed with staff the possibility of literally just a recess, not unlike what's in the wall, to give some modulation. So we're certainly open to that too. So long answer to short question, but the idea was just to provide some type of relief to the element and whatever we felt was kind of most appropriate, most attractive.
Thank you. And my other little question was about the two different roof pitches and compound miters, which starts to make my brain explode. But you just wanted it to go to a point so you could have one finial? Is that kind of what you're thinking?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. And we did study in the character photographs, and Kim and I discussed this recently as well. And I discussed it with the Schillers. When we first started, we had a higher pitch because I like that proportion. But I can understand their point, and we'll leave it to y'all. Although respectfully, Kim, when I started looking at it too, I was like, I'm kind of okay with it like that. If you look back at the section, just didn't want it to come off as something too huge. I mean, it's not a mammoth property. It doesn't have Pineapple Gate's huge garden next to it where we want to, make these things more than they need to be, but just felt like they needed to be respectful. So happy to play with the pitch of that. The owners were much more in favor of a lower pitch.
And no ridge, just coming to a point, right?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Julie.
Any other questions right now from anybody? No. Alex, is there any public comment on this one?
No public comment.
Okay. How about Kim? How about some staff comments and recommendation?
Yeah, we really feel that the proposed structures are appropriately designed and well sited on the wall. We agree, though, that we feel that the false shutter should be eliminated in favor of a recessed panel. And then we also felt that the proportions of the roof are a little bit unbalanced, and maybe we should raise that pitch a little bit. So staff's recommending preliminary approval with staff comments and final review by staff.
Okay. Addie, you want to address anything in there?
No, I appreciate staff's comments and Kim's time when she's got all she has on her plate to talk about these little things with me, but she did. And we're happy to accommodate. I think the thing that we might ask for some input on y'all on is related to item 3 is thoughts regarding the pitch. I do understand what the Schillers are talking about, particularly when you're standing there and if you look at the detail of the section, that it just doesn't become too much. But again, happy to work with it at y'all's consensus.
Got it. Board discussion. Let's see if we can come up with a consensus. Does anybody want to start us off here?
Glenn, I'll be very brief. I say that I really like it, and I understand staff's point about perhaps raising the pitch a tad. I think there's sort of a fine line, though. It could probably come up a few inches, but I think keeping these from being prominent is really important.
Yeah, I agree. I think staff's comments are great, and maybe there is just a tiny increase in the pitch that could hit that magic sweet spot for everybody. I'm okay with there being shutters on the front. I just have to go through the thought process of realizing these are people who have someone who trims their vines. So I think it would be attractive. And yeah, I think they're great, and I think staff's got it covered.
No more, Bill, anything else to add, or we kind of honing in on a motion here? Okay, anybody want to?
Oh, I'll just make a motion for preliminary approval and final review by staff, and I'll include staff comments 1 and 3, sort of let them decide what to do about 2.
Okay, so Julie's made a motion for preliminary approval of staff comments 1 and 3, final review by staff. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Glenn. All right, is there any further discussion of the motion? No? All right, so I'll put it to a vote. Glenn?
In favor?
Bill?
Yay, in favor.
Julia?
Yay in favor?
Fillmore?
Yay in favor.
Chair votes yay in favor. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
All right, next agenda item is 109 South Battery.
109 South Battery is requesting final approval for the construction of a new masonry wall to replace the existing iron fence. The property isn't surveyed. It's located in the Charleston neighborhood circa 1951 and in the Old and Historic District. Here's an aerial image showing the building between Murray Boulevard, Council, South Battery, and Rutledge. This is the South Battery elevation. Existing site photos on Council Street. This one looks west on South Battery. And this one's looking east. Looking north on Council Street, looking south on Council. The Sanborn maps from 1951 and 1955, showing its construction between these years. This project came to the board on August 27th. It was deferred for a restudy of stylized detail of wall to make more appropriate to age of house and investigate a more uniform lower height of wall. Mr. Fava, if you want to take it from here.
Thank you. Eddie Fava again, E. Fava Architects, representing Mary Bradford and Lynn White. And y'all saw this maybe 2 meetings ago, and appreciate y'all's comments and those of HCF and Preservation Society and staff. And we went back with the Whites and revisited, and I can kind of show you where we landed, and I think we've addressed all of your concerns. Next slide, please. Kim was just showing you, that's the survey of the current on the corner of South Battery and Council Street. Next slide. And basically existing and proposed site plans, as you may recall, existing site plan has a portion of a curve right at the corner of Council and South Battery. What's quite nice about this is it's an extraordinary garden that the Whites have, and something that we felt like we could kind of play off internally, although not technically visible from public right of way or your purview. That per the proposed site plan was something we thought we took off on with that to reflect kind of the graciousness of what's behind that and a little bit more softness to the house. Next slide. Let's see, proposed elevation. Okay. So, and I probably should have put our prior in there. It's right after this. I'm sorry, it may have been the wrong order from my bad, but the existing elevation has an iron fence, and just to refresh everybody's memory, the concern for the Whites was that something that just to some degree mitigated the flooding of their garden. It's certainly a concern with the house and things like that, but when it got that high, it was going to be an issue for everybody. And it was nothing that they want to put a wall all the way across the front of the structure, the way the stairs come down, and architecturally would just be completely inappropriate. So the decision was made to do something that would, as best possible, to protect the garden. In the last application, you'll see in the subsequent drawing, there were finials and more detail on the wall piers, and the height as it swooped, for lack of a better word, up to the house was a foot or more taller than it is shown here. So we have gone back for the elevation at the bottom to simplify the pier caps, simply masonry. We still have the battered cap of the wall in between, and have it recessed slightly enough that allow us to maintain fig ivy, which was a suggestion by Glenn and something we've done on some prior projects that we thought was a good one and something that the Whites had always intended. I just hadn't pointed out correctly enough last time. Next slide. Above was as we were before. Below is as we are now. So the finials have been removed, and the height to which the wall went up and met the house has been reduced by about a foot. And it's evident too as you kind of look at where the windowsills are on the first floor compared to their relationship to the new wall now. And I think a good comment and has improved this, where there's still a certain amount of kind of an understated elegance like the house itself without being over the top. Next slide, please. Similarly here, existing elevation on South Battery and the proposed. Next slide. Oh, excuse me, can I go back? Yeah, so again, just reiterating, and you'll notice that in the bottom right drawing, where the curve, which was exaggerated in the next slide, has been reduced to the current proposal. Next slide. This wall adjoins the neighbor to the rear, where both of them would like to maintain privacy. Next slide. So the proposed elevation maintains a taller height at the rear, which is allowable by zoning. And the previous one, had the finial detail and things of that nature at the end cap pier on South Battery, which we have eliminated. Next slide. This is in the driveway view. And again, just reiterating how it meets the house, where the pier has been lowered, the finials have been removed, and it's a simple brick cap, quite modest. Next slide. And then the comparison of the two from where we were prior to where we are presently. Next slide. Just some details relating to how we're moving forward with this, and the idea of the masonry infill between, or the wall panel between the piers will have fig ivy. Next slide. We are allowing for the floodgate panels at the areas where there's the gates in the house, in the new wall proper. And we discussed this last time, and it's with full acknowledgement that there's no guarantee that this is going to prevent it, but if it mitigates it, it'll be significantly improved from what has happened when it's been damaged several times prior. Next slide. And that is just a detail of the wall section from the engineer of what's proposed for the structure itself. And I might go back, Kim, to something that's an elevation or something if they rather rest on that. And did again have the opportunity to speak with Historic Charleston Preservation Society and staff, and I believe all concur that this is an improvement and has addressed comments. So neighbors remain in full support as they did at the last application. So thank you.
All right, any board questions right now?
I have one quick one again, and this might have been addressed last time I was not here for the previous hearing, I apologize, but I'm just curious what happens at the junction where it is really close but not quite touching the house and the garage where there's wood siding. Is there some sort of, I'm just curious what happens there in terms of keeping the water out?
To be honest, some type of mitigating panel, not unlike the one we're using at the gates, Julia, but probably more of a homemade solution. Again, I think the Whites are well aware that it's not, foolproof, but and it was something Fillmore brought up last time with that and the house, but it was very, very much their kind of desire to try to do this in a way that we don't jam up in the house, or we're respectful to it, and knowing that there'll be some kind of creative solutions at those minimal junctures.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Alex, is there any public comment?
No public comment.
Okay, Kim, how about staff comments and recommendation?
Yeah, we agree that Eddie has followed the direction of the board, and the design's more appropriately modeled on reasonable precedents and well detailed with the removal of the finials and simplifying the caps on the piers. So our only comment is that brick selection and a mock-up will be important and will need to be scheduled with preservation staff member for review, but we are recommending final approval with the staff comment.
Okay, Eddie, anything else to say?
No, thank you very much.
All right, board discussion. Does anybody want to lead us off?
Glenn, I will say that I think Eddie certainly listened to the review last time, and I think staff comment is on target, and I support it.
Okay, anybody want to make a motion?
Okay, I'll make a motion for final approval with the staff comment.
Okay, is anybody want to second it?
Second.
Like Glenn, second it? Yep. All right, I'll put it to a vote. Glenn?
Yay in favor.
Bill?
Yay in favor.
Julia?
Yay in favor.
Fillmore?
Yay in favor.
All right, chair votes yay in favor. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
All right, next agenda item 55 King.
55 Kings requesting final approval for the roof and replacement of roof and window replacement in like kind. The building's a category 3 in the Charleston neighborhood, circa 1762 in the old historic district. Here's an aerial image of the property and some existing site photos. This is on King Street, looking south, looking north. Here's a historic image from 1995, courtesy of Historic Charleston Foundation. And if you want to take it from here, Mr. Fava.
Thank you, Kim. Good evening again, Eddie Fava with the eFava Architects, representing Larry and Eugenia Birchie, the owners of 55 King Street, which is an extraordinary property. We did some work on the property several years ago with an addition, taking down something that was done in the 80s and put something back, and they did an awful lot of work on the property at that time with the carriage house, the garden and whatnot. And it just wasn't in the budget / cards to tackle the roof, which definitely needed work. So it has progressed a little bit further, but our request before you tonight will be to allow the replacement and repair of the existing slate roof. Next slide, please. As y'all may know, or I'll reference it, it was a tenement house, and it was split right down the middle. And you can see that in the middle photograph. And so essentially a firewall in between the two that splits the chimneys. It's been a single family residence for quite some time. But again, the date of the house is circa 1762. And if in fact the slate has been on there that long, you could probably understand why it's extremely brittle and causing issues internally and externally, falling off the house presently. Next slide. Another interesting thing about this is one side of the existing / former tenement house has barrel vaulted terracotta ridge caps. The other side has 90-degree and piecemeal sections that were done, probably, I don't know, 30, 40 years ago, maybe more than that. But our goal is to put them back with the barrel vault tiles that were part of the original house. And as you can see, we did survey this, and I'm not expert slate person, but we did have Cahill Contracting do so, who is expert slate person, along with contractors and others to look at it, and said that it's everybody's intention to do what we could to use some of the slate, but he said it would be a misnomer to say that there'd be a substantial portion that we would be able to use, because everything that he touches is so brittle, it almost falls apart when they pull it off. Next slide, please. So again, the structure that is the portion obviously that gets re-roofed is the main slate roof there in the foot in the site plan. Next slide. Again, a blow up of that there, and again, it would address the ridge caps, dormers as well. Next slide. We are also seeking approval to replace the sashes. None of them are historic or near original. Many of them have been replaced in the last 10 or 15 years, and more recently, because those that were replaced in the last 10 or 15 years have already rotted out, and Mr. Birchie's had to put something else in there temporarily just to keep the water out and keep it secure. But it is compromised now with the materials and the roof, and the underlayment from above it's evident that it's getting water intrusion in certain areas, and with the survey done by Cahill and others, the suggestion was that the roof slate be replaced pretty much in its entirety. We'll use what can be salvaged as best possible, and there's every intention of doing that, but a good portion of it will have to be replaced. Next slide. Same, and I think we've got all 4 elevations here. That the addition that was done several years ago that we completed, and the rear carriage house, our kitchen house that was done as well. And as I said, this was just kind of the last phase of the project. Next slide. That is from the rear, not visible from the public right away, but as you may expect, everything that needs to be done properly with flashing, eave details, valleys and whatnot will be done in copper. There is no intention of cutting any corners by the owner or the contractor when they do this. Next slide, please. And then that is the view north elevation looking down King Street. Next slide. Details which we presented to you, just again to reiterate what the plan is there. Again, dormers, there's not an intention of rebuilding those elements other than shoring up what needs to be done from the interior. But they will receive new sashes that would be true divided light, single glazed, painted mahogany. Next slide. And those are just details that we have reviewed with Cahill as to how the slate would be installed. They concur. And again, they have already made gestures to secure something as similar as possible out of Vermont. We have done a great deal of work with them, and there are others that are perfectly capable, Paquette and others in town that could do this, but they've done a beautiful job for us on 10 Limehouse, 69 Meeting, some pretty substantial properties, and this one certainly wants that kind of attention, and the Birchies are willing to go to that significant expense to make that happen. So I'm happy to answer any questions. Again, we did speak with Historic Charleston Preservation Society and have had no objections and are in support of this request, and haven't heard anything from neighbors to the contrary. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions?
Yeah, this is Bill. Eddie, one quick question. So obviously the roof has age on it, and I assume different patina on it. So have you found a slate from Vermont Quarry that color matches an area pretty closely, or what were you doing about that?
Yes, actually, Bill, and we've got more samples coming, and have reviewed that with Cahill. So in other applications where we've done that too. Again, I'll reiterate, the intention is if there are elements of this that come off and can be used, and it's not stupid to do so, for lack of a better word, they'll use it, but they don't want to put something up there that compromises the house. But it was something that we laid out, and there were several samples, and Mr. Birchie himself ordered several over the last several months before even engaging us to come back at this. So very concerned that it is modeled and similar in color and patina to what's there now. Patina may be the wrong word because I don't know that it'll be as weathered, obviously, but color palette is something we're trying to do, and something that's varied, so it's not monotone, it's not this or that. So additional samples are on their way, but the ones that we did secure, there was enough kind of level of confidence that we could get to where we needed to, and they'd be sifted through and feathered in differently, rather, as they're inserted.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Alex, is there any public comment?
No public comment.
Okay, how about staff comments and recommendation?
Eddie had a roofing conditions assessment conducted, and the roof appears to be in somewhat repairable condition. As he mentioned, he will be trying to feather in where he can, but our comment is that the slate should be salvaged where possible. And then for the window replacement and ridge cap replacements are appropriate. Staff's recommending, he asked for final, I don't know how conceptual about that. We're recommending final approval with final review by staff.
All right, any board discussion? Okay, anybody want to make a motion?
Yeah, this is Bill. I'll go ahead and I'll make a motion for conceptual approval with staff's comments and samples to be approved by staff in final review by staff.
So, Tim, did you modify your recommendation to be final approval?
Final approval.
Yeah, Bill, they kind of modified it on the fly there. Does that?
Final approval with staff's comments and samples to be approved by staff and final review by staff.
Second.
Okay, Bill's made a motion for final approval, staff conditions noted, final review by staff, and a board condition that samples be approved by staff. Julie has seconded that, correct?
Yes.
All right, I'll put it up to the vote. Glenn?
Yay in favor.
Bill?
Yay in favor.
Julia?
Yay in favor.
Fillmore?
Yay in favor.
Chair votes yay in favor. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you,
Next
everybody. Have a
item
nice evening.
is 40 King.
40 King Street requests final approval for the alteration of door and window openings, the alteration of existing gate, and construction of additional hardscaping. Building's a Category 4 in the Charlestown neighborhood, circa 1780, and in the Old and Historic District. Here's an aerial image for context. And some existing site photos. This image is looking north on King Street. This is the visibility of the site from Weems Court. Historic image from the 1973 survey card. And the Sanborn maps from 1888 and 1944. It's a fairly similar building. And if the applicant wants to take it from here.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey.
Good evening. Hi. Yes. Yes, I'm Ross Ritchie with Loyal Architects, presenting the 40 King renovation and alterations. And as you can tell, the home has been modified substantially from the past, including 2 recent contemporary renovations, particularly as you kind of move back from the street. But if you'd like, I can start with the landscape and site work. So we can move on to the landscape site plan. So on the landscape portion of the submittal, Glenn Gardner has submitted plans to update the garden, which includes salvaging a lot of the existing hardscape items, including a piece of antique brownstone, and as well as some old Carolina bricks and bluestone for reuse in the proposed plan. The primary hardscape materials are bluestone, old Carolina brick, stucco to match the existing home. We are proposing a simplification of the existing non-historic iron gates in the front, which were installed in a recent renovation of the home by the previous owner. The top of the driveway gate will be flattened to take attention away from the automotive section. The submitted pedestrian gate will be simplified for final review by the Preservation Society after the meeting, as we have received comments from the society, and we are working to revise the pedestrian gate detail and make everyone happy there. From the front entryway and parking areas will be repaved with bluestone and brick. Many of the existing utilities will be and mechanical components will be moved out of the visible from the site, or out of the visible front of the house, and relocated into non-visible areas, as well as the recycling and trash. And at the end of the parking area, a new painted wood garden gate and hedge lead to a new main garden walkway, and with antique bluestone slabs. That's the tighter area in the site. And then a new fountain will serve as kind of in that central area to create a hiding area for garbage cans, as well as a walkway leading to a new set of bluestone steps from the new raised stone terrace, which we're kind of removing the existing terrace that is much larger and kind of making it a little more compact there. And the new, which will be a smaller footprint. And the area, the circular area in the back is a new seating area with brick and bluestone and a new wrought iron trellis, which will be painted black. So that's the landscape portion. Now as we kind of move to the house, if you could move on down the list. There's the site photos, the gate, an existing parking area. And you can keep going. There's the removal. And right now the steps and the terrace are all, one step is at 4-inch rise and the next is at 8, and it's just quite hazardous back there. Can keep moving. The hardscape layout, which creates a nice secluded area in the back with a nice privacy area. If you keep going, there's the details. Keep moving to the architectural. There's the gate, which is being restudied at the moment. Continue on to the architectural side. Landscape lighting. There are the photos calling out the house. And so if we start from the street, the photo in the bottom left, we can go back to A002. We are removing that existing front entry door, the 4-light door, and replacing it with a 6-panel solid wood door painted. So that's kind of one of the first items. And then as we move back through the site, we get to kind of that stucco intermediate bump out, which is the photo above, which is a really hard angle to kind of get at. You're kind of in that little alleyway, and the 3 windows kind of on the first level have kind of been furred in for a certain size of window, and we're going to replace those. They're kind of in semi-rough shape, so we're going to put new wood windows in there, but size them accurately for the masonry opening, so they'll be a little bit larger. And then up above, we are proposing to put 2 9/9 wood windows, kind of straddling that central area, because you can see existing, there was a large picture window at a renovation at a certain point, which then got blocked up and not exactly covered real well. So we feel it was inappropriate to put anything back at that scale. So kind of use that same size to create 2 9/9 windows, something that we didn't want to be too lonely or too kind of, overwhelming the facade there. And then as we move around the corner, you get to the existing terrace, and there's existing window doors, and the entry doors on the left of that central window or central photo, and it's just one large swing door. And then the 2 other on the right in the wood section have no hinges and no hardware and are just fixed, and the proportions are kind of all wrong. And into this area of real privacy, and when we have light coming in, we really want to bring light in and connect the interior spaces to the outside. And being that it's tucked way back in this corner, felt to kind of really give that connection down to the garden. And then the last photo up at the top is where we're removing that kind of horizontal window and replacing it with a more proportionate window. But if you continue on, there's the kind of the demo plans kind of looking at. And then one more goes to the floor plans. I guess we go to the elevation. Go to A201, the next one. And so, yeah, so in the back where it's kind of that shiplap siding, where we're replacing those existing kind of faux French door areas with those larger paned windows with kind of that same ratio of light, but much larger. And then with the wrought iron or the iron canopy with the copper roof there, kind of tucked in back, and kind of felt that it was kind of nice, appropriate niche back in there, creating a nice connection down to the garden. And then the window at the very end is just trying to make it a little more appropriate for the area and tying it back into those kind of larger paned windows, kind of creating more of a connection with the garden. Then we can go to the next. There's a little section through the canopy, the steps down with the new door as it relates to the large fixed windows. And then if you can continue on, there's the plan. I believe that kind of wraps it up.
Okay, thank you. Board questions right now.
I just have one for the applicant. So the only item that you are still sort of working with the easement holder on is the front gate. Everything else is
correct. Yeah, and I believe there's been much conversation between that, and it seems like they're getting close to a approval there.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
But Kim, for our purposes, the gate was part of the application, so we need to take some form of action on the gate, including the rest. Okay. All right. So, Alex, is there any public comment?
Yes, we have one public comment. Anna Catherine Carroll.
Anna Catherine Carroll with the Preservation Society of Charleston. The Preservation Society is the exterior easement holder for this property, and we appreciate the opportunity to work with the applicant on this project. Per the requirements of our easement program, the Preservation Society must approve all proposed changes prior to official BAR approval. At this point in the process, the Preservation Society has approved the proposed alteration of door and window openings, but the landscape modifications before you tonight have not been formally approved. However, we have been in conversation with the applicant and have conveyed to them that we are favorable to the landscape plan as proposed, but do have concerns with the gate design on tonight's agenda. However, we are working with the applicant on a simplified design solution that we are comfortable with. The Preservation Society is amenable to approval of the landscape plan and the modification to the openings, but would ask that the alterations to the gate be deferred as we continue this conversation with the applicant. Thank you.
Alex, no other public comment?
No other public comment.
All right. How about staff comments?
Yes, staff's generally in support of the project with just a few comments. The proposed alterations to the hardscaping and landscaping are appropriate with the exception of the gate, which should present in a more balanced design. Uplighting is reserved for grand specimen trees only and therefore shouldn't be within the proposal. Alter the plan to either eliminate or detail what the triangle-shaped fixture is on the plan. The additional window on the second floor of the intermediary mass should be reduced to one in the center bay where there was once a window. Using two windows in that location appears unbalanced. Thought process there is to align the windows. So two would be fine if they were aligned. And number 4, the doors located in the rear addition are too large and out of proportion, but they're minimally visible and will not impact the visual appearance. So we are recommending deferral with final review by staff because the project hasn't received approval from the easement holder yet. Thank you.
Okay. Anything to clarify for public or staff comments?
In terms of the uplighting, we can get that revised. And in terms of the comment number 3 with the windows, where, I mean, we felt that, the existing kind of central window being this kind of large picture window, which is this kind of massive piece, we really didn't kind of we didn't feel that that was appropriate, and having one we felt was going to be pretty lonely. So we really wanted to kind of have this balance there, but due to the, the program and that, how you're viewing that portion of the volume, where it's at an angle and at, as you're kind of sliding by the volume, you're really never seeing that elevation view in the drawings. So we just felt that, what we had proposed is something sympathetic to the building, and it was kind of crafted to, for the light into that area, and how the program really works in there. And then the doors in the back are really, they are, not really visible from anywhere other than kind of tucked back in there. And it's really about that connection with the garden, and right now how just dense the existing windows or fixed faux French doors are, and how dark kind of the back area of that house ends up being. And so we really wanted to have that connection. And
Okay. So let's go to board discussion. Thank you. Anybody feeling like leading us off here?
This is Bill. I'll go ahead and jump in. I would say that I do agree with staff's comments. I believe the recommendation for deferral was pending that review by Preservation Society for the gate issue and whatever other final issues there are. So I would be in support of the recommendations of staff, including the final review recommendation.
I'm generally in the same place. I do have a little reservation about staff's comment number 3 about the windows in that intermediary map, so to speak. I mean, I know that that piece of the building was introduced, I think, in the mid 20th century, and the visibility from the public is really minimal, if any. I mean, it's kind of tough to see those windows. So I guess I don't really have a whole lot of problem with the second floor windows not aligning perfectly with the first floor windows on that part of the building. But otherwise, I agree that I guess deferral with final review by staff makes perfect sense. And then that way the Preservation Society can resolve their approvals with the applicant, and it can be taken care of. I don't know, Fillmore, do you have anything to add?
Not really. Julie, I think I'm in line with your comments and Bill's. I think that the windows are probably not terribly visible, and so I don't have a real problem with the 2 windows above the 3.
So I'll make a motion for deferral with staff comments 1, 2, and 4, and final review by staff.
Okay, Julie's made a motion. Is there a second?
Bill, I'll second.
I'll call the vote. Bill?
Yay in favor.
Julia?
Yay in favor?
Fillmore?
Yay in favor.
Chair votes yay in favor. Motion carries 4-0. And I'll note that Glenn Gardner was abstained on that vote. All right, so next agenda item is 9 Gibbs.
9 Gibbs is requesting conceptual approval for the new construction of a 2-story structure at the rear and new hardscape. Buildings category 4 in the Charlestown neighborhood, circa 1860, and in the Old and Historic District. And here's the aerial image. Existing site photo. This one's looking west on Gibbs Street and looking east. Sanborn maps from 1888 and 1902. So the proposed location for this dependency is right here. And if Mr. Tucker's here and wants to take it away.
Thanks, Kim. This is Johnny Tucker, architect. I'm representing the owners of 9 Gibbs Street. This is a conceptual request, so it's the first time you've seen the project. Although you did see in the past few years, the owners came before the board to present and was approved the raising of the existing main house and the smaller structure behind it. So if you look at these two aerials, you'll see the red outline is the outline of the lot, and then the little red area is the proposed location of the pool house. I'll just note that this is a very unusual lot. It's flag lot, and the existing house is turned sort of not the way you would expect. It's turned east-west, and it's not addressing Gibbs Street. And I'm bringing this up because the issue here is we feel like the location and the proposals has very limited visibility from the public right-of-way. So if you look at the right image, the aerial photo, you'll see there's several different, actually the 2 adjacent lots are also flag lots, and sort of unusually placed on their lots as well, not the typical north-south or east-west. So if you could go to the next slide, please. Okay, so these photos show the visibility. So the top left photo is looking down the driveway from Gibbs Street. I'll have more photos sort of exploring that. The upper right photo is actually a view from Linwood Boulevard, which is the street to the west. And that is number 32 Linwood. So it's hard to see what's happening there because that's one of the flag lots, but the house is sort of buried back deep in beyond that gate and brick wall, and you'll see the back of that house in interior photos. The lower left and lower right are 34 Linwood, which is a house that's also on Linwood a little further to the south. And actually on that lower right-hand photo, you can sort of see peeking through that infilled piazza and that vegetation. You can sort of see a little bit of yellow, which is, you'll see in the next photos, which is 32 Linwood, which is the house directly to the west of this proposed site. So I think we feel like there's limited or actually no visibility from Linwood. And if you go to the next slide, please, Kim. And there's some visibility from Gibbs Street, but it's pretty limited. So this is looking down the driveway. And again, as I mentioned, it's a flag lot. So first photo is actually from the sidewalk, and then the lower left, sort of walking down the driveway. And then the lower right is where actually you're sort of passing the piazza and looking exactly straight back to the proposed building location. I'll take you back to that photo you can see on the left. That is the existing house, which you can see has been raised about 9 feet because of, well, you can sort of see in these photos, it's very low here. And I'll show you that in the elevations, that there are some water issues, and that's sort of will be addressed in the proposed house. So the next photo, please, Kim. Okay, so these are interior. This is actually standing at the existing house piazza looking south. So on that upper photo, upper left is the rear portion of 64 South Battery, the William Gibbs house. That's their rear garden. The middle structure is 30 Linwood, and the structure to the right is that yellow structure, 32 Linwood. And then on the lower left, there's a closer view of 32 Linwood, and then the lower right is showing the other portion of Linwood. Sort of note that sort of the architectural, and actually the next slide, please. Maybe you can see it better on the next slide. Well, I guess you can. So these are taken from the roof of the existing main house. The location is the upper right, which is the rear corner of the lot. The architecture of the adjacent property is sort of eclectic. There's that yellow house, which is sort of a modified bungalow with several additions. And then the house directly to the south is, I think there's a core of that structure that's probably historic because it links back to the William Gibbs carriage house, but I think the main portion of it facing the south, I mean, facing the north, our property, and facing Linwood appear to be much more like 1930s, maybe even a little later. So next photo, please, or next slide, please. That's just the existing survey, and it's hard to see here, but there was an existing pool and sheds, and those have already been approved and removed, and that's the location this proposed project is going. Next slide, please. So here's a landscape plan, just to sort of, let me make sure I've got, yeah, so this is, the orientation on this drawing is north is to the left. So Gibbs Street's on your left. The main house you can see is oriented, as I mentioned, east-west. And there's a proposal, I won't get too much into the landscape plan because this is, since we're just here for conceptual, we want to focus on the structure and the pool area. But there's a proposed sort of a squarish lawn. And the idea is that there's an access from the main house, central hallway, straight across, sort of north-south across the lot to the center of the pool. And then there's a wooden open trellis pergola that's on that that north-south axis. And then the pool structure is off to the west in that lower corner. And you'll see it on the next slide a little clearer. So there's sort of taken away some of the landscape elements, so you can sort of a little clearer. So you can see it's about 162 feet from Gibbs Street to the front of the proposed structure. And we've located it to the far south west corner. And the concept there, you can actually see it on the next slide as well. So there's two large magnolia trees that are against that property at 64 South Battery. And there's a very beautiful 10-foot brick wall that runs north-south. So the idea was to push this proposed pool house to that west elevation on the lot and create this courtyard, obviously adjacent to that squarish lawn, that so that the pool house faces to the east towards the pool and proposed pergola, and maintaining the two large, beautiful magnolia trees and the obviously the brick wall that runs on the other side of the lot. Next slide, please. These are just the floor plans close up. The orientation has been flipped a little bit, but north is to the bottom now. So, and I mentioned, and you'll see it in the elevations, so it is a very low, it's about 7 feet above sea level is the average grade in the back. And because of that, with FEMA flood elevation, design flood elevation, the first floor, what I'm calling the first floor, is actually a ground floor. So it is not conditioned, and it can't be conditioned because it's fully within the base flood or design flood zone or below it. So what we're proposing is a sort of a loggia, I call it a lounge loggia, that is an area that's covered, obviously, because it's within the structure, that can be open up to, there's a little covered patio, or not patio, a piazza loggia element that is directly adjacent to the pool, which we think is really nice. And there's a masonry fireplace. So there's an outdoor area that's can be enclosed, obviously, if it's seasonable, like today, you could actually be in there. Obviously, in the heat of summer, you're gonna be more out on the pool. But there's a small little structure. There's a little changing room, obviously, relative to the pool function. And then on the second floor, which is actually the first conditioned floor, just a small guest room, 16 by 20, so not so small, but guest room and small bathroom. And that's it. Those two spaces are conditioned because of course they're above flood elevation. It's a flat roof and and you'll see this in the elevations, and we're doing that so we can maintain a flat parapet. So you'll see it on the next slide, please. So I've got lost where we are. Okay, so so the elevations, and I won't spend a lot of time on these because I have elevations that show the project relative to the adjacent properties, but this is just sort of gives you the full walk around the building. But if you notice on the note, the red figures, those are showing the flood elevation. So as you can see, the top of the first floor, ground floor windows are right at the design flood. So the first floor is effectively not, obviously not conditioned. But the concept, and I'll show you better in the other photos, is just a very simple structure that is trying to relate to the masonry foundation of the existing house. And I'll show you that in the details later on. But you'll see because of the flooding elements, we do have a small, about a 2-foot raised pool terrace. That's shown on the north elevation with and there's the pergola sort of right on axis with that main house. The east elevation, which is the elevation that's facing the pool, you can see there's the loggia that's in shade and a very simple balcony. So the idea is obviously that when you're inside the pool house, you're focused towards the pool and the pergola. And let's go to the next slide where you can see those relative to the site. So the bottom elevation, which is the north elevation, is sort of this, you're standing in the yard, in that square yard, and you're looking towards the south. So that's the north elevation of the building. You see there's the pergola, the raised terrace, and then that shaded area behind you is the main house behind you. And then the drawing above, you are opposite, you're back up on Gibbs Street, still looking south, seeing the north elevation of the main house, and you're seeing what you'll see down the driveway, which is about half of the proposed structure. You can see it's like right down the middle. You'll see half the 2 windows and half of the chimney. Next slide, please. And then this one is similar, there's a lot going on, but if you look at the lower drawing, so this is the east elevation looking west. There is the rear or the rear side of the main house to the right with the infilled piazza. That project is 95% complete. There's a small studio building that's there as well, but focus on that sort of rambling drawing in the back. That's that bungalow, that 32 Linwood, which is the yellow structure. And then that shaded area is the proposed pool house massing. And if you look on the top drawing, there it is appearing. And the idea is that the massing is that it's two blocks. There's a front block and then a smaller rear block. So the parapet steps down and also the walls punch in 8 inches. So the walls get 8 inches set back, and then the parapet sets down 8 inches. Next slide, please. So this one is the west elevation, again, looking east. So if you're at the rambling, the sort of bungalow-ish house looking across, at the bottom, you'll see there's the 10-foot brick wall in the distance, and then the shaded area, of course, is go to the top drawing, and that's the proposed structure, showing the height, obviously, stepping down significantly from the main house, the front house, to this pool house. You see the parapet is flat, and then there's a large scupper, and then that way we can bring all the downspouts down behind where the mast steps back. Sort of a small detail, but sort of interesting. Next slide, please.
Johnny, we're getting towards the end of time, so if you
Okay,
could
good, because this is the second to last
Perfect.
slide. So real quick, this is a wall section showing that the proposed, it's CMU construction with stucco finish. And what's nice about that is the windows can be deep set into the walls. So it has the depth, and that shows in those elevations with the shadow lines. There's cast concrete sills. We have scored the stucco at the lintels. And if you go to the next slide, so these are not precise, but again, we're here for conceptual, but cast concrete sills with the deep set windows, lime wash stucco on the CMU walls, again, to sort of mimic or relate to the raised foundation of the main house. Steel frame, minimal frame doors and windows, maybe hopes or similar. That's, again, we're here for conceptual, so just trying to get the height, scale, and mass and architectural direction sort of in line or approved. And then the copper parapet, I should have pointed that out, but I feel a little reveal in there, which gives a shadow line, so it doesn't, sometimes a parapet can just sort of look like a line at the top, so I've got a detail where it's revealed. And then the next two slides are just enlarged elevations, and that's it. Thank you.
Okay, great. Any questions from the board right now?
Got to Johnny, what are your thoughts about hydrostatic vents? I'm just curious, like how you're handling.
Oh, they will need to be on two elevations, and they would be on the west and the south. And it was a little bit of an oversight, but I would, it's a small building. It's about 600 square foot footprint.
Smart vent.
So it's like 4 vents, so probably 2 in the back, 2 on the west side.
Awesome. And then my other one is on the north side. Are those supposed to be doors?
Those are fixed doors.
Okay.
Possibly the first or the ground floor could be operable because it's only 2 feet above grade, but not certain about that yet.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Any more questions right now? Yeah. All right. So we'll go to public comment. Alex, please.
We have 3 people speaking. We'll go first to Becky Finno.
Hi, I'm Becky Fenno. Actually, I'm speaking a little bit in a personal and professional capacity, as I actually grew up across the street at 6 Gibbs. And my parents called me, they still live there, and they called me that they weren't sure what was happening on the property with the proposal. And it turned out that they and all the neighbors, nobody had really contacted them to talk about the project. They were surprised to know that zoning was allowing a 3rd structure on the site without any additional parking. They've really, the neighborhood's been concerned about this property and the owner's disregard for the historic quality of the property. Basically, that house is oriented east-west because it once faced the Ashley River before everything was filled in. So they feel that they're a little frustrated that they weren't really aware of the additional building or the current design. And they feel that there's really just a lack of respect in the approach to the site and the project, just a lack of respect to the historic quality of the property itself and to the context. Thank you.
Okay, next we'll go to April Wood.
April Wood, Historic Charleston Foundation. HCF has reviewed the application for conceptual approval for new construction of a 2-story structure at the rear and new hardscaping. We have concerns about the appropriateness of a 2-story dependency in this location and the impact it will have on the neighboring properties, including our easement property at 64 South Battery. We are also concerned that the east elevation encourages people to look out toward the neighboring property's historic garden. The height, scale, and mass should be reduced to reflect the typical scale of a subordinate dependency structure. Rather than a 2-story structure, it would be more appropriate for the structure to be a 1 or 1.5 stories. We also suggest the following: remove all balconies/French doors from the second floor on the east elevation, since it starts at 11 feet above grade and will be higher than the property line garden wall. Enhance landscaping along the east property line to provide vegetative screening between the properties. The plants on the drawings are not labeled. We recommend deferral of this application so these issues can be worked out. Thank you.
And next we have Anna Catherine Carroll.
Anna Catherine Carroll with the Preservation Society of Charleston. Given the size and architectural direction of this proposal and its location in a particularly sensitive historic context, the Preservation Society is concerned about the potentially jarring visual impact of this pool house complex. We would like to see any impact minimized through restudy of the scale and details. Specifically, we feel the fenestration on the east and north elevations is too largely scaled and calls more attention to the building. And we recommend restudying and reducing the proportion of the openings for a quieter, subdued presence. Thank you.
Okay, Alex, is that the end of verbal comments?
Correct. Now we have some letters.
Okay. I'll read 2 letters. One is from J.E. Bradham of 64 South Battery, who writes that as past president of the Preservation Society of Charleston, as a neighbor to 9 Gibbs, I strongly oppose their plans for a pool guest house. Both the scale and the concrete block glass panel style are completely inappropriate out of context for our historic neighborhood. Plans submitted are deceptive in that the new building will be much more visible from the street than the plans represent. Given the applicant's history and prior disregard for our municipal demolition and building regulations, I'm concerned that the applicants will once again do what they want and then seek after the fact approval. As they've done before, this type of building sets a terrible precedent, further erodes the historic fabric of downtown Charleston. I respectfully request you deny the application. J. Elizabeth Bradham. The next letter is from Len F. White, chairman of the Charlestown Neighborhood Association BZA committee, or BAR committee, who writes that, as you might be aware, it's our policy to comment on matters before the BAR only one in cases of a material process failure, such as one leading to a request for after the fact approval, or 2, in situations where a proposal would set an undesirable precedent. We're concerned that the pool guest house proposed for 9 Gibbs, if approved as is, would fall into the latter category. The BAR's guidelines state that new construction should be sympathetic to the historic features, characterize its setting and context. To respect the significance of the historic context, the new work should respect the historic materials, features, size, scale, proportions, and massing of its setting. Many aspects of the proposed building raise questions with respect to scale, materials, and features, especially given its adjacency to important historic buildings. While the siting of the building reduces its visibility from the public right-of-way, it would nonetheless be clearly visible from Gibbs Street and save some vegetation from Linwood Avenue, and would, in our view, be unsympathetic to its setting and context. As always, with cases such as this, we urge the board to exert a high level of scrutiny to ensure the new structure meets the highest standards. All right, so those are the 2 written public comments. Let's see here. Can we do staff comments and recommendation?
Like Mr. Tucker said, the property is uniquely situated and very atypical building placement, and so this will be really minimally visible from the north elevation. We think the design is positively and appropriately suited for a secondary building of modern construction. It follows form of a traditional vernacular, but it does not emulate. The wall-to-window ratio is very exaggerated on the north elevation, so refine fenestration proportions. And lastly, further develop the detail of the balcony element and include section in the next submittal. Staff's recommending conceptual approval with final review by staff.
Okay, thanks, Kim. Johnny, would you like to say anything or clarify anything with respect to any of the comments?
Yeah, I'll be brief. I know it's getting late. So this does have a zoning approval, it meets the setbacks. And just to note that, I did speak with April Wood at HCF. The sort of the defining factor, because of the flood elevation, this is sort of a one-story building, although I know the city with the new and the zoning code, it is a two-story building, but obviously because of the first floor, or the first habitable floor being almost 9 feet above, 10 feet above grade, that I think we would be challenged to create usable structure that was much smaller, or not, smaller in height. And I did speak with April about, because HCF holds the easement with the owners of South Battery, Gibbs House on South Battery Street, South Battery. And we just feel like we were trying to be sensitive to that historic property by moving the project as far west on the lot as we could. So we're moved it all the way to the west setback, and the French doors and balcony is all, they're facing east, but of course they're facing the pool. So it's not about looking into the neighbor's garden. I spoke with April about potentially, some landscaping possibilities to minimize the concern of the owner of the William Gibbs House, and we'll definitely open to that. But we feel that the balcony and the French doors facing the pool are sort of integral to the design. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we're now in board discussion. Anyone feel like leading us off on this one?
Okay, I think that even though this little building is definitely going to be visible from Gibbs, I'm okay with the design direction. I don't feel like it should be beholden to existing styles, but it should be deferential to the scale of the historic, and I feel like it is. I think the north elevation fenestration, just like staff said, is a bit oversized. So I actually am completely in line with staff's comments on this. And I would also add that the details would really need to be nailed for something that's so simple and contemporary. And for example, the precedent image of that cast concrete sill, it's maybe not the greatest example of doing it perfectly, but I'm confident that the applicant would do it better than that.
Kim, can you do me a favor in advance, maybe 1 or 2 slides? I don't know. There was a floor to floor indicated on one of the yeah, right there. Thank you.
All right, so any comments to tack on to Julia's?
Yeah, this is Bill. I would say that I do agree with the comments regarding the fenestration, especially the north-facing fenestration or doors, whichever we're going to call that. I do believe that should be reduced. And I believe that the overall height should be restudied as well. There's probably a device or mechanism to utilize the space below, but just inherently by raising it 2 feet initially off of grade, and then providing an 8-foot ceiling. I see DFE is at 16, but there probably should be a way the way to reduce that, and then the 9-foot working ceiling above that. So I believe the reduction in height would be appropriate along with the rescaling of the fenestration of the building itself. It is positioned regarding the street and regarding the property itself as a complex is positioned in an appropriate location, but it is in contextually to the neighboring properties. I think it does crowd some areas, especially Linwood. And so I think a reduction in height definitely would be appropriate and restudy for that context.
This is Glenn. I generally agree with Bill with regard to the height. And I think it certainly is important to make sure that the neighbors have been, I'm not saying consulted, but at least informed, especially if neighborhood meetings are not necessarily on the regular in person, because it does abut some pretty significant historic properties. And I guess the pergola behind the pool, is that not currently part of the submittal? Is it the building only that we're looking at today? Or is the pergola also part of it?
Glenn, I don't think that the pergola is going to be visible from the public right away.
Gotcha. Okay. I'll make the comment regardless. To me, the pergola in the elevation shown, there's something funny going on there scale-wise, that either the pergola makes the building look larger or the building makes the pergola look too small. I feel like something is not necessarily cohesive there, if that is a fair way to say that. It's either a mini pergola or the building's too tall, one of the two. And I will absolutely underscore that the detailing of this is critical. I have seen a few other simply detailed buildings of a similar shape, similar size, that have gotten dumbed down in the past year or two. And once you dumb them down and value engineer them and lose some of the quality materials that made them magical, you may as well not build the building. So I think it is absolutely imperative to have this be detailed very well and built per approved plans.
No more here. I think I certainly agree with staff's comments and with the comments of my fellow board members relative to, I think that the fact there's an opportunity to lower the building, and Glenn's comments as well about detailing. And I appreciate the simplicity of the building and the uniqueness of incorporating the first floor into a loggia because of the flooding issues. That said, however, I do feel that the general architectural direction is not related to the historic house. And so I have some problems in that sense with the general architectural direction.
Okay, so it sounds like generally everybody is on board with staff comments 2 and 3. I heard a number, or at least a couple of board comments towards reducing the height. Maybe a concept of, question about the general architectural direction. Staff had asked for a final review by staff. It sounds like, to me at least, that there's enough going on here that maybe we see it again, but those are kind of the issues I see on the table that we got to figure out. Does anybody want a further discussion, or do you think we're good enough to get a motion floated?
Yeah, this is Bill. I guess I would only say, again, my reservations about height, and I believe to the address of scale being some of the fenestration scale elements of the building. I don't know if it's more appropriate to reference as a deferral. The GAD is not really bothering me as much, except for the fact that, again, some of the elements of scale appropriately, I think, need to be addressed. So my only weight of decision right now is whether to recommend a deferral or denial, which I really don't want to necessarily say deny wholesale, because I believe the positioning of the building is somewhat appropriate, but I believe lowering is appropriate. So, I guess I'll go ahead and call it deferral, but I would say I'll make a motion for deferral for restudy of height and scale.
Okay, Bill's made a motion. Somebody want to second it?
I would add to that there needs to be some coordination amongst perhaps the neighborhood association, if that has not yet been done.
Now we had that into a motion, but I believe that is appropriate. You're definitely appropriate, Glenn.
I hear you. I agree. Kim, have we, in terms of like mandating that somebody go talk to the neighborhood? I mean, that's basically what we'd be saying. Is that, it seems like that's out of bounds for us. Bennett, do you?
I think it is a little bit out of bounds.
Yeah, but I think your statement was heard, Glenn, and I definitely agree, and I believe the board members all agree with that statement as well. We'd be looking to hear that at the next review.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we disagree with you, Glenn. I think you're absolutely right. I worry about trying to put it in a motion and make it.
And I understand we're in the middle of a motion at the moment. When the neighbor in the front and the neighbor in the back, either both haven't seen it or have an issue, I think there needs to be discussion. So.
Understood.
So I'll second Bill's motion as stated.
Okay, so let me put it back out there. So Bill, you made a motion for deferral for restudy for height and scale, right?
Correct.
Okay, Bill's made a motion, Glenn seconded it. Is there any further discussion on the motion before I call it for a vote? All right, I'll call it for a vote. Glenn?
Yay in favor.
Bill?
Yay in favor.
Julia?
I'm going to mix it up and say nay opposed.
Okay, Fillmore?
Nay opposed.
The chair votes yay in favor. So the motion's going to carry 3-2.
Mr. Chairman.
Yep.
4 minutes, please.
4 minutes, Bill, you got it.
Thank you.
Hey, Siri.
We're waiting on Kevin. All right, Kim, we ready? Everybody ready?
Good.
All right, we are now on agenda item 13, 15 Beans Alley.
15 Beaton's Alley is requesting final approval for the new construction of a single-family dwelling. Building isn't surveyed in the Charlestown neighborhood. It's new construction in the old and historic district. Here's an aerial of the site in question, just south of Elliott Street between Church and East Bay. Some existing site photos. Building was demolished late last year. This is the previous house, 1970s. Here's an image looking north toward Elliott Street and looking south toward Track. Just a little more context of Beaton's Alley. On July 23rd, the project was deferred with staff comments except number 2 and number 6, and board comment to add window on north elevation under the second story window and eliminate or restudy window in gable on east elevation. And so if the applicant wants to take it from here.
Can everyone hear me?
Aaron, yes.
Hey. Well, good evening, everyone. Aaron Eade from Architecture Plus. Thank you for your careful consideration of this. The buildings along Beaton's Alley are fairly understated, modest structures. Historically, these are back of house buildings and old brick warehouses, house type structures. We think the design of the home is generally in keeping with that, so we like the direction. Let's just jump right into it. Alex, can you bring up AS 1.0, please, site plan? Back up a little bit. Thank you, sir. All right, before we get to the elevations, you know, there's a couple little changes we did to the site plan, and there's one thing I want you guys to note, please. This back wing of the house toward the back corner, that is a garage structure. It now has a flat EPDM roof with parapets. But I want you to notice, please, the 3-foot side setback between the 7-foot CMU wall and that garage. And then also to the front of the to the street side, there's that little note that says 1-foot brick knee wall. That's actually incorrect. It's about a 6.5-foot brick wall. Now along that 3-foot side setback wall, we'll see this in the right side elevation. There were some windows that I believe were requested by the board that really are looking right into that wall. So we'd like to, you're not going to be able to see them from the street. I don't think you're going to see them from anywhere. I think the only place you'd be able to experience them is from inside the garage. So just keep in mind that as we move forward. Okay. We addressed we addressed the board comments from last time and found a few things that we wanted to change as well. Now, going back to that EPDM roof, previously it was a low hip roof. We've changed that to an EPDM with a parapet. We'll see more of that in the elevations. The steps, there were steps going to this card room, that little bump out in the corner there. We've removed those steps and removed that door and replaced it to a window. We'll see that on the elevations as well. There was a stoop area at the front entry. We've eliminated the stoop and brought the 3 steps into that alcove. So I think that's it for the site plan. Alex, can you go to A1.0, the new, please?
Okay, what page did you say? A 1.0?
A 1.0, please. It's just the first floor plan. You can actually see it in this picture right here. I wanted to point out how those steps moved back into the alcove. I just wanted to point out how the steps moved back into the alcove and how the steps and stoop at the card nook have been eliminated. So it was a small change, but I just wanted you to note it. Okay, can we go to the A2 point, or the previous front elevation? Okay, I think the couple big comments that we had was that gable window. You'll see in the new elevation that we've removed that and replaced it with a gable vent, and then the cornice detail, it was a little big and pronounced, so we've reduced that a bit, and then the parapet detail across the top of the gable, that was a wood wood detail. We've changed that to brick with a stone cap, and then I believe it was the Preservation Society had a comment about the spacing of the windows and the proportion of the windows on the bump out. We've addressed that. Do you want to take a look at the new elevation? I believe it's the next slide. Okay. So here you can see that front wall that I believe it's about 6 foot. You're really not going to be able to see around the side of the building to those lower windows at the garage level. You can see the gable vent and the new parapet detail, and then you can also see the reduced simplified cornice detail. Can we go to the old right side elevation, please? Okay. One of the comments was that there was, toward the front left side of the elevation, there was that missing window with the three windows. There's one at the ground floor and the 2 at the second floor. We've added in that window on the next elevation. But now these 4 windows at the garage area to the right, those are the windows that we're wanting to take out. We're really not going to experience them much given the walls. And then you can see that low slope roof over the garage wing. We were finding it problematic. We added a parapet and a low slope EPDM roof. There were comments about the materials. We had asphalt shingles on there previously. We've gone to standing seam and we've upgraded the windows to an aluminum clad window. Can we go to the next slide, please? Okay, so you'll see how those windows are gone. It's quite a bare elevation, but again, it's 3 feet away from a 7-foot wall. So we were hoping to get rid of those. The client would really like to have some shelves inside of his garage so he can use his garage as a bit of a workshop as well. So we'd appreciate that consideration. And then the door or the window has been added at the ground floor. Can we go to the next, please? Okay, previous comment was, again, the parapet detail, cornice detail, the gable window, and there was comment about adding the windows at the garage. We've addressed all those items. Could you go to the next slide, please? And voila. Now this is the you can see the end parapet details. There was a comment before about the thickness of the parapet. This shows up on the side elevations too, on the sides of, on the front massing of the house, the gable end parapets. They asked to thicken the parapets to 20 inches, and we've done that. You can see the windows added. That parapet was conflicting with a gable vent, so we just eliminated it on the rear. Can you go to the next slide, please? Okay, this was the previous. There was issue with the fenestration on the front massing of the house. The windows weren't relating to one another. We've addressed that. We changed up the arches on the spring arches on the garage doors. They're a more slight spring arch, and then obviously we added we upgraded the materials and then added the parapet, and you can see that thin parapet that we had before. And then we've adjusted that per comments. Can you go to the next slide, please? Okay. So you can see how the windows are relating at the front massing, the spring arches on the garage doors, and then the parapet at the garage as well, and then the thickened parapets with the stone caps. I think that's all we have for you. Look forward to your comments. Thank you.
All right, any board questions right now?
Yeah, this is Bill. Aaron, what kind of metal roof is that? I just see that note still says architectural or asphalt shingles. What kind of metal roof is that?
That would be standing seam. It looks sort of like a 5V with that hatch. That's not correct.
Is it a mechanical standing seam or is it a hand crimp standing seam?
We were going with a mechanical, or you're thinking like a turn 2 or something.
I just didn't know if it was a snap seam or a hand crimp.
It was a snap seam.
I have another question. Aaron, where you added the parapet at the back mass, is there any reason you couldn't lower that some? I'm looking at the back elevation. It seems like you have a little bit of height. I'm just curious what you think about that.
We could take a look at that. Thanks for going back. Could you go back to that rear elevation? We were aligning it with the detail on that gable end.
But they're not actually coplanar, right?
What's that?
It doesn't.
No, they're not
change the back.
No, they don't.
Doesn't it at the north elevation actually have an intersection? Is that not?
It sort of wraps around.
Right.
Fillmore here, to a comment Bill made, the current plans, the new elevations do still call out that roof as architectural. I mean, as asphalt shingles, architectural shingles. And I think that's just a glitch in the drawing.
Yes.
But I think it should be correct. And if this is final, those things should be corrected. And I think it's several places on the drawings that way. It's drawn as standing seam, but it's called out as architectural asphalt.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions right now? Why don't we go to public comment then?
We have 2 members of the public speaking. Let's go to April Wood first.
April Wood, Historic Charleston Foundation. HCF has reviewed the request for final approval for new construction of single-family dwelling. We continue to have concerns about the detailing of this project. We have the following suggestions. The detailing of the bay window is not consistent with Charleston's bay windows. In reviewing the design of historic bay windows, almost all have single windows at the center bay rather than the paired windows. We recommend eliminating the second window in the center bay. The center window can be wider than the 2 side windows. This change will improve the proportions of the bay window. The cornice of the bay window should have the same detailing as the cornice at the top of the building. The cornice of the area over the front door should also be similar to that of the main portion of the house. The gutter placement in this area seems to dominate the cornice and appears awkward. We recommend jack arches over all of the windows. The window depths appear to be shallow and should be carefully detailed. The roof should be true hand-crimped standing seam. We recommend deferral of this application until these issues can be addressed. Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Anna Catherine Carroll.
Anna Catherine Carroll with the Preservation Society of Charleston. We appreciate the applicant's response to our input as well as board and staff comments. Since the previous review, there have been marked improvements to the project, especially with regard to the upgraded material palette. At this point, we would encourage continued study of brick detail, particularly headers and sills, and the bay window. I think Historic Charleston Foundation articulated that well, to be executed more traditionally with as much depth as possible. We also shared the concerns voiced by the board about necessary drawing corrections, and we would also ask that the height of the rear parapet be lowered if possible. Thank you.
Alex, do we have any more live comments or any more comments?
No other public comments.
Okay, great. We'll hear from staff comments, recommendations.
The applicants really responded well to the direction given from the board from the previous submittal. So moving forward, just a couple things to keep in mind for further details. All gutters, leaders, utilities, mechanicals, and any other component that's affixed to or penetrates the building envelope must be included on the drawings. Standing seam roof must be hand crimped and not mechanically seamed. Materials on selection page depicts a mechanically seamed roof with a ridge cap, which is inappropriate for the old and historic district. 3, the lighting plan and wrought iron fence details need to be submitted separately. 4, neighboring houses along the alleyway all employ brick as the driveway material. This precedent should be continued for at least the length of the south elevation. The rear surface may be of another semi-pervious material if desired. 5, entry door material should be elevated to aluminum clad or wood. And windows should be inset to give the greatest depth as possible from the wall plane. 7, a sample panel mock-up should be required, which should employ a header course with a row lock, sill, and parapet with stone cap detail, and the window selection as well as the brick and mortar selection to be reviewed by BAR staff. With all these, the staff's recommending final approval with staff comments and details.
Aaron, you want to clarify or respond to any public or staff comments?
I just wanted to note that the entry door is intended to be a stained wood or a mahogany. We haven't decided the material yet, but it would be a wood. finished wood.
Okay. So let's go to board discussion.
This is Bill. I'll go ahead and I'll just say that I agree with staff's comments and the recommendations of staff. I believe there might be a couple more comments from the board, which I believe were discussed during our questioning, which may carry merit as too. Maybe that rear parapet height, things like that. But otherwise, I'm in general agreement with this, these comments and this recommendation.
Okay.
This is Julia. I am as well. I do think that the preservation groups still had some really valid input if the applicant would be willing to, you know, keep thinking through some of those details. I think it would be worthwhile. The one thing besides the parapet in the rear that gives me pause is just the proportion of the little gable vent. It's like super vertical. I don't really understand why it has to be so exaggerated, and that is one element that will be quite visible to the public. But yeah, I'm in alignment with staff on this, with just a couple of additional conditions.
Any other? Go ahead, Fillmore. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with staff comments and Julia's, and I think in general with the comments of the preservation societies. I would also make one other note that there appears to be no pedestrian access to this house, and I think in a historic district in Charleston that is rather odd.
Like a man gate.
Oh, good point.
I think there was one at one point, wasn't there?
I thought there was in a
There was,
iteration, but I'm not sure.
Good point, Fillmore.
It's Glenn. I am in agreement with what's been said, and to me, it's the little refinements, little detailing, things like that that I'm comfortable with staff working with the applicant on. But I think the changes have brought this a long way.
All right. So, Julia, were you going to make a motion? I've been tallying up what I think might be board conditions here, if you haven't.
Yeah, I'll give it a shot. I would make a motion for final approval with all of staff's comments and board conditions to lower the rear parapet as much as possible, to restudy the proportions of the gable vent, to provide a clear pedestrian access, and to correct any labeling errors on the drawings.
All right. Anybody else want to comment on that? Maybe add anything? Or is there a second?
This is Bill. I'll second.
Any further discussion? All right, I'll put it up for a vote. Glenn?
Yay in favor.
Bill?
Yay in favor.
Julia?
Yay in favor?
Fillmore?
Yay in favor.
Chair votes yay in favor. The motion carries unanimously.
Guys, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, next agenda item is, what are we, for council?
Yes. Thanks. My apologies. For Council Street is requesting conceptual approval for the elevation of the existing house to Category 4 in the Charlestown neighborhood circa 1910 and in the Old and Historic District. Here's the aerial view depicting the location on nearly the corner of Council and Trad Street. Here's some existing site photos. And this is looking north on Council Street. Historic image from the 1973 survey card. Cool. And a Sanborn map from 1902 and one from 1944. And if Ms. Jennings wants to take it from here.
Hi, this is Ashley Jennings. I'm the architect representing my client, Caitlin Daly, on the project. This is a request to raise a structure that has had repeated flooding on Council Street. I know y'all have seen other applications like this before. And we always struggle with raising a structure because of the recontextualization of the house relative to its neighbors and also to its immediate site. And that's something that my client, Caitlin, has really struggled with. She's been working with the city to get approved for a FEMA grant through the city of Charleston. So we're hoping tonight to get conceptual approval so she can move forward with that grant. Speaking with Caitlin and working on the design, it was really important to her to think about the way the house changed as it was raised. And so we've taken a lot of cues from things that Caitlin's thought through over and over again. And I don't know if Caitlin's available to speak right now.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes.
Yes.
Hi. Yeah. Hi, I'm Caitlin. And I just wanted to say thank you for getting us in this review. It's time is of the essence because we do have a potential grant approval, maybe, hopefully. And I just also wanted to thank you for just really appreciating the necessity for elevating historic homes on the peninsula. I mean, the BAR from the get-go, as far as I got involved in groundswell and, you know, when stuff started getting real, these guys just seem to get it, that it is necessary for preservation. I just really appreciate that because our goal through this whole ordeal, if we do it, is to preserve this house. I mean, we've been here for 8 years. We hope to be here a whole lot longer. We purchased it in 2012 and, you know, it needed a lot of love. It had been a rental. It had been vacant for years. And so, you know, right away, we got it to where it is now. But then, unfortunately, Joaquin, Matthew, and Irma hit us. And we had to focus all of our attention to mitigation. And so we really hope this elevation will just overall help to preserve it. We literally want to preserve it from the flooding, but I also hope it'll preserve the value of the home so it'll continue to be cherished and loved by, you know, single family owners and it won't turn into a rental again, because that's what we see here on this side. And, you know, I don't want that to happen. And so Ashley and I went through this, like she said, I struggled because I love my house the way it is, but we need to do this. And so we struggled through a lot, and I hope you'll appreciate the design that we came up with. My neighbors all know about it. We're all in the same place. Like, no one wants the construction, but they all are rooting for me. I've gotten texts all night to be like, "Did you get it? Did you get it?" And so that's me. That's all I got.
Thanks, Caitlin. Can we advance the slides? So Fort Council is a sister house with two structures, one to the north and one to the south of it. And they're a little different, but it'll be the middle finger. It'll stick out when it's
Ashley.
And so we started to talk about the way that the house related to the street and how you approach the house once this is raised, because one of the things that's really important, as you can see in this photo page, is this center stairwell that approaches the house from the side. And that was something that was really important to Caitlin. So when we started to look at the design, that was really important to have that stair turn. So can you advance to the next slide? So what you see here is the existing ground floor plan and the proposed ground floor plan. So what you see is a full story of building elevation. This is a AE11 in the new flood zone, and we're going to be moving it up just above 12, so the design flood elevation plus. And so there will be almost 7 feet below the structure once it's raised. So the challenge becomes, how do you raise a structure and still relate to the street? So we're looking at the way that you approach the house from the street and the piazza screen wall, but we're also looking at the way you approach it from the drive. And as you can see on the lower plan, the stair turns and comes out to greet the driveway in a similar fashion that it did previously. Can you move to the next slide? As part of the use of that ground floor, since it will be up a full story above grade, Caitlin's asked for some doors and some ability to use the ground floor for storage. Next slide, please. So the changes to the first floor really have to do with the way that the stairs come down from the piazza. Next slide. So when we were looking at the elevation and trying to look at the way that the piazza screen wall is changed as the building is elevated, one of the things that was pretty obvious is that each of the 3 entry doors on the 3 sister houses are slightly different. And also from some historic photos that we have, we know that the entry element on Fort Council has been modified. So in the process of changing the piazza screen wall, we want to remove the surround and the door and the transom, but add a hood over it. And one of the things that does, it gives the house a little bit of protection at the door, but it also starts to mitigate some of that large forehead we have with the piazza screen. We're also proposing a foundation wall on the front of the building of CMU with a 3-coat masonry stucco with a smooth finish, and recesses in the front elevation. She also is interested in looking at materiality, and one of the things that we're proposing to do is, as you turn and start to look at the south elevation, next slide please, we'd like to show brick piers along that elevation below the piazza column. So the area below the piazza will actually be a brick pier area with wood infill, nice wood infill. Sometimes it will be operable, sometimes it will be fixed. And you can see there the element of the stairs as they turn. We had to eliminate the piazza rim joist there because of the height in order to get up the stair. And as you can see, as you move back on the site, there was a porch on an addition that also has to be addressed as far as stairwell goes. So we've tucked the stair in the back, and we're actually treating that area below that portion of the building as a loggia where those screens will sit further back. Next slide, please. On the opposite side, on the north side, we are introducing a CMU wall, once again with 3-coat masonry stucco. The idea being adding a few transom windows there to allow some light and ventilation on that side of the house, underneath the house. We're also proposing to extend that wall along that north property line to define the property behind the house. Next slide, please. And finally, on the rear elevation, which is the east elevation, we have to raise the mechanical unit. So what you see there is a screen that actually creates the frame for that rear stair as it comes to the back. Next slide, please. So here you see above is the streetscape as it appears now, and below is the streetscape as it would be proposed for the raised structure. We're going to maintain the gas lantern. Does anybody have any questions?
I have two quick ones. One, it looks like you're elevating a little more than you have to. Can you just speak to that for a second?
Yes, we're raising it. It's supposed to be at 12. We're raising it to 12.67. And the intent there is just so that in those areas where we do have doors that access below the house, that there's enough head height to actually walk under that header.
Okay, and then second one, can you just talk about what you decided to do at the front elevation and that expansive foundation in the raised version?
The expansive foundation, I think.
Just at the front elevation, the street view, like how you're treating that new foundation wall.
So the new foundation wall will be a CMU wall with a 3-coat masonry stucco that's smooth. And the intent was to create some recesses in the wall right there. I don't think we want to put windows on that wall, but I think putting a recess there to give some relief to that wall was the intent.
Thank you.
One thing I failed to mention, the Historic Charleston Foundation has an easement on this property, and we've been working with April Wood on the proposal as well.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions right now? If not, let's go to public comment.
Speaking of April Wood, we'll go to her for public comment.
April Wood, Historic Charleston Foundation. HCF has an exterior easement on 4 Council Street. This property has experienced frequent flooding with the storms over the last several years. The applicant has carefully considered the design and impacts to her historic house. We've reviewed and approved the proposed alterations, and we respectfully recommend approval of the application. Thank you.
Next, we'll go to Anna Catherine Carroll.
Anna Catherine Carroll with the Preservation Society of Charleston. The Preservation Society is comfortable with this proposal. However, we would suggest restudy of the proposed secondary entrance to the piazza stair on the south elevation. Historically, this house has had balusters at the front bay, which we feel should remain in the elevated condition. Thank you.
Okay. How about staff comments and recommendation?
This is a pretty straightforward and typical single house elevation, but we do have a couple comments. Number one, the brick pier and side stair on the first column at piazza screen is a bit unusual and awkward and should be eliminated. 2, retain the balustrade in the first bay. 3, retain the piazza screen door surround unless documented that existing surround is not historic, which I think you did, Ashley. And the extensive use of the louvered panel is a little concerning. Consider using a loggia under the piazza and elevating the material of the louvered panels. Also add a water table to clearly define and substantiate foundation material change. And lastly, transom windows on the north elevation should be eliminated. Staff's recommending conceptual approval with staff comments and final review by staff. Thank you.
Okay. Ashley, you want to respond or clarify anything?
Sure. I think that I would ask the board, I understand the concern about the side stair in the front of the, in the first bay on the piazza, but I would ask the board to consider that something that's really important to Caitlin to maintain some access to the side. And as far as the louvered panel, we would just ask that if the board doesn't want to see the louvered panel infill or wants to change the materiality of that, just we'd like some feedback on that. We're happy to add a water table, and we're happy to consider limiting the transom windows, but I know that Caitlin would like to have a few over there.
All right. Board discussion. Kim, could you put it on the I think it's the south elevation showing the piazza. All right, so anybody want to take the lead? As we go?
Yeah, this is Bill. I have one quick question. Ashley, are you guys going to put in like a driveway gate there at the sort of in plane with the front screen wall? Is that why that secondary access there on the side?
Currently, there's a gate further back, and I haven't talked to Caitlin about that. Caitlin, are you still on?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, as far as like a front gate, I don't think it'll fit. I mean, we basically just have a driveway width right there. And the gate that's further back, like after the porches, just kind of divides from driveway to courtyard. The big reason, and I know it is different, but I mean, I got this idea from seeing other homes, like there's a home on Broad, there's a home on Lambeau, there's homes on King Street that have the same design. It's just being able to use my house, because otherwise I'm parking my car with, you know, whatever, and I'm entering my house and I have to go all around, you know, the front door, because we really do use the main part of the house. We don't really always go to the back like a lot of people do. We really use our center steps constantly. And so it was just keeping functionality. I mean, using my house is why I wanted this design.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we left off in board discussion. Bill, I think you were asking questions. Anybody want to lead or tack on?
I guess I'll just continue on. I'm in agreement with staff's comments for the most part. I did want to check out real quick that water table comment that was made. I wanted to see if I could get a couple of other views. Can you go to a couple of the other elevations, and maybe Kim, if you can elaborate on that particular comment?
Yeah, we just think it's a typical detail that makes more sense when you're going from this slight, let's see, that's one to look at. You know, when you're making this change, big change, it needs to have a little bit more of a definitive line. So we thought that would be appropriate here. Considering that it, you know, there might be a repair or replacement need to happen.
What's a water table?
It's it's essentially an extra piece of wood that's flashed on top, just to kind of separate the two materials.
Got it.
So yeah, I'll guess you continue on. I'm in general agreement with staff's comments, and I would support the recommendation for approval.
All right. I'll add that I do sympathize with the applicant and the owner about maintaining some sort of access from their driveway area. That's a really difficult thing to resolve on these elevation projects sometimes. Sometimes it's just not possible and you lose it, but I personally feel like it would be okay to let them maintain that connection in this case. I totally agree with staff about the transoms on the north. And then I struggle with the simple rectangular recesses on the front. I think there are a few examples of that now that have been constructed, and in my opinion, they're not that successful as sort of at giving the pedestrian something in exchange for the, you know, actual house and windows that used to be at that level. So hopefully the applicant could study that a little further, and maybe windows are appropriate if the owner's wanting that natural light at the ground level. I think that's all I've got.
Fillmore here. I am inclined to agree with Julia. The side stair is totally within the new foundation. I understand the issue with the appearance of the rail in the first bay on the first floor of the piazza, but pulling your car into the driveway and then having to walk back out on the street to access the house, or walking back out on the street to have to access the side yard of your car, I think does speak to the utility of having that side stair. And so I am on board with Julia. I do not have a problem with the side stair.
All right, so I'll just, unless somebody else wants to say something, I can try to fashion a motion for conceptual approval with staff comments 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. And a board comment to restudy the foundation treatment at the front elevation.
Julia, by 7, because I wasn't on Kim's comments on the presentation, do you mean to lower it by the 6 inches?
I was just going to leave that comment there and maybe let staff and the applicant work through that. I mean, I do agree that generally we really resist giving extra on that count, and maybe they don't need that. I'm not sure exactly what clear height they have down there. I haven't looked that closely at it. But
it was like we would lose a step, and so it was like if we lost a step, we were too low. But if we gained 1 step, we were just above it. Plus, we needed clearance under the house, and we were thinking
Thank
like,
you.
Caitlin, we're trying to, yeah.
Sorry, get it. I'll shut up.
Yeah, Julia, I hear you. Maybe there's a solution there at staff. Okay. All right, so Julie made a motion for conceptual approval with staff conditions 3 through 7 and a board condition. Say it again, Julie, restudy the foundation, sort of for windows rather
Treatment
than.
at the front elevation.
Treatment at front elevation, all right. All right. The board condition restudy foundation treatment at the front elevation, followed by staff. Is there any discussion, or is there a second to Julie's motion?
Fillmore, I'll second.
Okay, any further discussion of it? And I'll call it for a vote. Glenn?
Yay in favor.
Bill?
Yay in favor.
Julia?
Yay in favor.
Fillmore?
Yay in favor.
All right, chair votes yay in favor, so the motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
There we go. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Next agenda item is number 15, 33 Ashton.
33 Ashton requests conceptual approval for renovation and elevation of historic residence, including shifting building on site. Building's a category 4 in the West Side neighborhood, circa 1902, and in the Old and Historic District. Here's the aerial. You can see just north across town on Ashton Street. And some existing site photos. Just looking east on Ashton. Historic image from the 2003 survey card. And the Sanborn maps. 1902 on the left, 1944 on the right. And if Aaron wants to take it from here.
Good evening, board members. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, prepared.
Erin Lanier with Julia Martin Architects here tonight to request conceptual approval to elevate and restore this historic single house. 33 Ashton was likely constructed around 1890, and it's one of 3 dwellings in this stretch of Ashton Street that are somewhat unusual in that they are set back from the street and were built really close together, as you can see there on the Sanborn maps and in this photo here. So as part of this project, the owner received approval from the Board of Zoning Appeals to modify the property lines and setback requirements so that in addition to elevating the house, we can also shift it slightly to the east and correct this sort of unfortunate condition which is causing maintenance and water intrusion issues for both structures, in addition to just generally being a life safety issue for the middle house. Next slide, please. These are just some context photos of the surrounding properties. As you know, we've been involved in elevating multiple historic houses on Ashton Street, as well as some new construction. So there is already quite a variety of heights and styles present in this neighborhood. Next slide. These are some existing images of the property, which has undergone numerous modifications over its history. Previously a single house form, typical single house form with a 1-story piazza and an original 1-story appendage. Then a vertical addition was later added at the rear, and the piazza was infilled at the ground floor as well as the upper floor. And then most recently, BAR staff granted approval for the demolition of a series of non-historic additions at the rear, and you can see where those were removed in the photo of the south elevation. The top right image is a close-up of where 33 and 33.5 are basically touching, and in fact, much of the interior of the house on that side has succumbed to severe water damage. The bottom images are photos of the existing but non-historic brick piers and fence, and we're requesting to remove those as part of this application as well. Next slide, please. This page just outlines the site plan that has been approved by the Board of Zoning Appeals. We feel like it's certainly a worthwhile endeavor, not only for the long-term preservation of the structures, but also to reduce the on-street parking load by allowing for a proper driveway, and then just to replicate the more typical house void pattern that you see elsewhere on Ashton Street. Next slide. This is our existing and proposed site layout, and again, fairly typical of the street. We'll keep the front setback as is, but eliminate the fence and piers at the front. Our HVAC will be located on a stand at the rear and screened, and we'll have a new driveway in the form of tabby runners there to the right. Next slide. Moving to our floor plans, we are going to be reworking the interior completely and restoring a portion of the piazzas at both floors. At the rear, we'll be eliminating a non-historic porch and filling that in slightly, but still keeping the exterior wall recessed to allow the original corner to read. You'll also note that we currently have 2 fireplaces, and the one in the front will be raised with the house, but the rear fireplace does not project above the roof currently. It actually collapsed inside, so it will be eliminated. And then given the extensive front setback that we have, we're proposing a single masonry stair, which will project straight out towards the street. Next slide. Our second floor is the same footprint as the first floor, again, reopening the piazzas at the front. And despite all the extensive modifications to the house over the years, we were excited to find original framing and evidence of the original piazza opening, so those will be restored as well. Next slide. Here's our existing and proposed north and south elevations. We're elevating about 4.5 feet, which isn't too bad. At the front, we'll restore those piazzas, add shutters to the windows, and reconstruct the missing chimney cap to match the neighbor, which is almost identical. At the foundation, we're proposing a traditional 3-coat smooth stucco finish over masonry and louvered shutter-type foundation vents, and our stairs will also be stucco with brick treads and iron handrails. At the rear and elsewhere, you'll see we're introducing a 2x2 light cut to differentiate new fenestration from the original, but otherwise keeping it really simple, and then recladding the portion of the minor volume that remains enclosed in a narrower siding profile. Next slide. These are existing and proposed site elevations. At the east, we're cleaning up the fenestration a little bit, reconstructing the chimney cap as I mentioned, and replacing the asphalt shingle roof with a new standing seam metal roof with hand crimp ridge, similar to other houses we've done on the street. Then at the west, we've reworked the infill, reopened the front portions of the piazzas with louvered screening below, and then switching to 1x6 slats between piers beyond that. And again, you can see here, we're using the 2x2 windows to indicate the new openings and a smaller siding exposure to differentiate from the historic mass. Next slide, please. These are just our streetscapes out in here, which these sort of illustrate not only the impact of the change in height, but also you can see the building being shifted on the site, which we feel really creates a better rhythm and pattern on the street. That is all I have, but if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you. Any questions for Aaron?
Aaron, this is Bill. Real quick, have you guys coordinated with the neighbor once you guys move your house over? I'm sure their walls are pretty bad shape too. Is that going to be?
I don't know. I think the house next door is actually for sale, so I'm not sure what kind of conversation the owner has had with anybody about that just yet, but I think their house is in better shape than ours.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, is there any public comment?
No public comment.
What is staff comment?
We really feel that this is a great project and we have no concerns, so we're recommending conceptual approval with final review by staff.
Okay, is there any board discussion? Is there a motion?
This is Bill. I'll make a motion for conceptual approval with final review by staff.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, Glenn.
Yay in favor.
Bill.
Yay in favor.
Fillmore.
Yay in favor.
Chair votes yay in favor. Motion carries 4-0. All right. Next agenda item is 40 Broad.
40 Broad Street is requesting conceptual approval for new roof access enclosure and associated modifications. The building's a category 2 in the Charleston neighborhood, circa 1852 in the Old Historic District. Again, here's the aerial on Broad Street, just east of Church. Some existing site photos. Yeah, looking east on Broad and west on Broad. Historic images from 1973 survey card. And if Aaron wants to take it from here.
Thank you. Erin Lanier with Julia Martin Architects, and I am joined by Mike Schuler, the owner and future resident of this space we'll be discussing this evening. If you want to go ahead and start on the next slide, just to give you some context to our request, 40 Broad Street is located on the north side of Broad in the block between Church and State. The building is 3 stories tall, and Brown Dog Deli is located on the first floor. They own that floor. Then there's a single residence occupying the 2nd and 3rd floors above. That residential unit was previously used as college housing, but was recently purchased by Mike and his wife, Kathleen, and we are really excited to be helping them renovate the space to use as their primary residence. As part of this renovation, we'd like to take advantage of the roof and give them some much needed outdoor space. So we're here tonight to request approval for a small stair enclosure that would provide that access. As you can see from the context photos, 40 Broad is one of the taller buildings in this area and has a substantial parapet, which will prevent you from viewing any element of what we're proposing from Broad. And in fact, the only location where this enclosure would be visible is from 250 feet away on Chalmers Street. This portion of Chalmers has sadly lost many of its historic structures and is currently a sea of parking lots, allowing one to view what is effectively a back alley for the buildings fronting on Broad. And as such, there are a variety of mechanical enclosures, vents, and modern appurtenances, as well as other roof terraces, like the one approved in 2017 at 28 Broad, seen here in the photo on the bottom right. Please.
Next.
Yes, sorry. So these are just some more detailed images of the building. The top left is, of course, the front facade. The top right is just a view of the courtyard behind the building, which belongs to the deli. And the top center photo is the current state of the rear elevation as viewed from the adjacent parking lot. As part of this project, the north elevation will be significantly improved and cleaned up by removing the vines, repairing the natural stucco, replacing the hardy plank at the addition with wood, and generally removing or relocating the various pipes, mechanical equipment, and satellite dishes. The bottom left-hand photo is the existing interior stair, and we're proposing to simply continue that up to the roof, where you would pop up at the northeast corner, roughly between the existing HVAC condensers and the adjacent restaurant's mushroom vent. Next slide, please. These are some photos of the existing roof conditions. We've got a low slope to the rear, modern membrane roofing, and modern metal flashing at the parapets. You can also get a sense of the height of the hipped roof to the east, which would block any view from East Broad Street. And as part of this proposal, we'd like to modify the existing roof slope sort of towards the interior of the roof in order to reduce the height of the stair enclosure as well as eliminate the need for extra guardrails. But we'll be retaining the parapets and the roof lines at the perimeter so that the change is not apparent in any way from the street. And you'll see that a little bit better in our roof diagram shortly. Next slide, please. So with that in mind, these are some historic images of the building, which we know was constructed in its earliest form around 1806, and then heavily altered or reconstructed in 1891. The photo on the left is believed to be pre-earthquake, shows our building then called the Palace Shaving Saloon. It had lower floor to ceiling heights at that time and a hipped roof. And then the photo on the right, taken from the People's Building in 1914, shows the current roof form and added iron parapet. Next slide, please. So just moving to the plans, we're proposing to replace the aluminum parapet caps with copper. And as I mentioned, lower the roof at the interior so that we can install a new drainage plane and pedestal decking above, while keeping the hatched areas and the parapets at their current height. Our enclosure is there in the bottom right and is almost 29 feet back from the front of the parapet. We're proposing a louvered guardrail across the rear, but also holding that back about 11 feet from the edge. And then we're suggesting that the current mechanical units get replaced with mini splits that can be hidden towards the front, but behind the parapet. Next slide. This is the street facade and a sightline study, just to reiterate that it would be impossible to see this enclosure from Broad Street. Next slide. And then here is our existing and proposed rear elevation, showing the vines and conduit removed, the mechanical relocated, and our new enclosure and louvered guardrail. We are calling for the stair enclosure to be 2 volumes, stepping down towards Chalmers Street and keeping with the necessary head height above the stair inside. But we've also talked to the Preservation Society about adding some additional glazing where the higher mass pops up, just to help further lighten the structure as much as possible. Next slide, please. These are some more detailed views of the enclosure, as well as a precedent image that gives a general impression of what we're trying to achieve. The fenestration would have narrow sight lines, and the entire structure would be monochromatic with generous glazing. Currently, we're leaning towards Charleston green, which works really well with the natural stucco for an overall effect along the lines of what we did at the Westendorf building. We don't want to call attention to what we're doing with this new element, but at the same time, we'd like it to be dignified and worthy of this building. We don't expect many people would notice it from way up on Chalmers, but for the ones that do, and of course our clients as well, we'd like them to see something subtle and distinctive, but thoughtful and sophisticated. Next slide, please. This is an existing and proposed roof diagram, which illustrates how we intend to lower the slope and sort of recess everything a little further into the structure, reducing the height and the visibility. Fortunately, the existing conditions include a nearly 5-foot high interstitial space at the Broad Street end, which lends itself well to this approach. Next slide, please. We'll just end with some rendered views existing above and proposed below, and the bottom right image representing the actual view at 250 feet away from Chalmers Street. We implemented that Charleston green color scheme for this study, and we think it's working pretty well. We hope you'll agree that this proposal is a reasonable and elegant addition that respects the historic skyline of Broad Street and vastly improves upon the existing conditions at the rear of this property. While we understand the tendency to worry about setting a precedent with roof structures and certainly agree that each application has unique challenges to be considered with sensitivity to the context, we think there's also a clear benefit in allowing these residences to have outdoor space, which improves the livability of these buildings and encourages their restoration and use as single-family residences. That is all I have, but if Mike is on the call, I'd like to turn it over to him for a few words as well.
Great. Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. My name is Mike Schuler. My wife and I are the owners of 40 Broad Street. I just wanted to briefly give the board some personal context for this project. Over the past 10 years, we've been very fortunate to have the opportunity to take on several noteworthy restoration projects in this block, most notably 36 Broad, 38 Broad, the Blind Tiger, and the Hatman building at the corner of Church and Broad. Having spent so much time working on these projects over the years, my wife and I have really fallen in love with this stretch of Broad Street, and we've taken a major leap of faith to make 40 Broad restoration our full-time home. We feel very strongly that the access to the outdoor space, in this case, the rooftop, has become particularly relevant during the COVID experience, and has really highlighted just how important access to outdoor space is for true livability in the city. We feel that Julia and Aaron have done an amazing job integrating, this vital need for us into a subtle and incredibly tasteful and effective way. We are particularly humbled to have tremendous support from, so many of our neighbors, almost everybody on the street. We really hope our move to Broad Street will be a spark that reinvigorates some of the vibrancy of one of our most important streets downtown. Thanks again for your consideration and support.
Okay, does anybody have any questions right now? All right, can we get a public comment, Alex?
Yes, let's start with Anna Catherine Carroll this time.
Anna Catherine Carroll with the Preservation Society of Charleston. The Preservation Society appreciates the applicant and the owner reaching out to us on this project. We feel the proposed addition is well conceived, and we appreciate efforts to minimize the overall height. However, with regard to visibility from Chalmers Street, we have conveyed to the project team a suggestion to study the roofline of the addition to be as light and transparent as possible by potentially incorporating glazing at the vertical step up to the higher roofline in the current version, or unifying the mass as a single volume with a thinner roofline. We appreciate their responsiveness to this suggestion and would support conceptual approval. Thank you.
And next we'll go to April Wood.
April Wood, Historic Charleston Foundation. I want to thank the applicant for reaching out to us, and we are very glad to see this property occupied as a full-time residence. HCF has reviewed the application for the new roof access enclosure and associated modifications of 40 Broad Street. We are generally opposed to visible roof alterations for roof decks on historic buildings. If the BAR is going to approve of this modification or of this application, excuse me, we recommend modifying the proposed enclosure to reduce visibility. Thank you.
Okay, we got a couple of letters I'll read into the record here, Alex, unless there's another speaker. One letter is signed by, I'll read the names, Russell Rosen at 65 Broad, Thomas Anderson at 46 Broad, Jeffrey Roberts at 42 Broad, Angela Blackdrake at 43, Brenda No at 45, Tim Weldon 47, Sims McDowell, John Robinson 36, O.J. Siebels and Paul Newton 38, Joe Lobert 21, Adam Woody 18 Broad Street. And they write that they, as a collective of active neighbors along the lower Broad Street corridor, they'd like to voice our support for the BAR submittal for 40 Broad. Proposed roof access addition is very attractive. More importantly, fits the character of the surrounding neighborhood. The addition will not be visible from the public right-of-way along Broad and will be a dramatic improvement over current conditions at the rear of the building. Like many neighboring buildings on the Broad Street corridor, the property has evolved elegantly over time, and with your support, will continue to do so. The applicant, Mike Schuler, is a known, trusted, and active member of our neighborhood, and we have utmost confidence in this design team to execute this thoughtful vision for 40 Broad. We strongly encourage and appreciate your support. And then separately, Jeffrey Roberts of 42 Broad, who just signed the neighborhood letter, writes that he feels compelled to write a more detailed letter. As there are no other entities impacted more than myself and the Brickman family as contiguous owners, neighbors at 42 Broad, attached by a firewall to the subject property. 42 Broad has great sentimental value as it served as my partner Jack Brickman's law office from 1949 until his passing at 96 years old in 2016. And now kept exactly the way it was by his son Michael with me on the second floor for over 2 decades. I spearheaded preservation efforts from the exterior elements to our iconic building. This collaborative project between the applicant and architect at 40 Broad pays most appropriate homage to that and our building's history, and sensibly, respectfully repurposes a portion to ensure it can live on for centuries to come. The architect's done a magnificent job with artful design of the roof elements. It's one of the finest examples citywide. While keeping the historic features that make 40 Broad special, it will now be gently and unobtrusively modernized and a wonderful home for the applicant, who's paid great respect to the structure. Accordingly, as the most impacted property and contiguous neighbor, we expressed our unbridled enthusiastic support to the board and recommend full approval. Okay, Kim, could we go to staff comments and recommendation?
Kim, you're on mute.
Thank you. Didn't quite finish those comments, so I will just read them. The proposed addition is thoughtfully designed and situated in a location for minimal visibility. The only suggestion staff would have is to focus on roof design as the precedent image on sheet 9 with a minimal roof structure. The staff's recommending preliminary approval and final review by staff.
Okay, thank you. Aaron, Mike, would you like to address anything you've heard?
I'll just say we appreciate both of the preservation groups taking the time to discuss this project with us, and we are certainly open to studying ways to lighten the roof line as much as possible. We think the idea of adding additional glazing, sort of transom windows to the taller mast between the two roof lines is a great option. So we're happy to study that.
Okay, great. All right, so now we're in board discussion. Kim, I have a question. So the application was for conceptual. The recommendation was for preliminary. Is there enough sort of, I don't know, data or whatever to get preliminary, or is that?
Thanks for that clarification, Jay. That's an error.
Okay, so so you're recommending conceptual approval.
Yes, thank you, Jay.
Okay. All right, so we're in board discussion.
This is Bill. I would say that I do agree with staff's comment, the comments of the preservation groups, that roof form could be simplified or lightened in some way. I think otherwise it's a nicely done project, and I would support the staff's recommendation. I did want to make sure in that, was it conceptual approval with final review by staff? I did want to verify that recommendation.
Conceptual approval with final review by staff, that's correct.
Okay, yeah, I would support that, that recommendation.
Glenn, Fillmore, anything else to add?
I agree with staff and the comments from the preservation groups. I'm generally opposed to particularly adding penthouses to historic commercial buildings downtown, but this is really minimalist and not visible from Broad Street, and I particularly think with some tweaking of the roof line and some additional glazing at the rear, it really is not very intrusive, so I can support this.
Yeah, and I'm completely on board with regard to Fillmore's comments. I'm typically very guarded with regard to adding on the rooftop and risking making that commonplace, but not to repeat Fillmore, but because of all of those reasons, I tend to concur in that same position.
Got it. Does anybody want to make a motion?
Yeah, this is Bill. I'll make a motion for conceptual approval with staff's comments and final review by staff.
All right, second by anybody?
Second.
Second by Fillmore. All right, I'll call the roll. Glenn?
In favor.
Bill?
Yay, in favor.
Fillmore?
Yay, in favor.
Chair votes yea in favor. Motion carries unanimously. Meeting adjourned.
Thank you.
All right, I'll go ahead and end it.
All right.
Night,
Thanks,
guys.
Kim, you want to give
night.
me a call tomorrow about signing all these things for the last like 6 months?
Meeting. So I've been writing them down right now. They're all written down. I'm going to send them to you right now to sign. But then the other
Okay.
two meetings I'll bring to you.
Yeah, that's fine. Whatever. Okay. Thanks, guys.
I'm all ready though. Thank
All
you.
right.
All right.
Night, guys.
Bye.